2021. May peace be upon all of us. The Honorable Dr. Jebul Suroso, Nurse M.Kep, as Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD, as the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Saifur Rahman, PhD, as the Vice Dean 1 of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Dr. Susanto, MSc, as the Vice Dean 2 of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, all of the Head of Department of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. The Honorable all keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hasan from University Teknologi Malaysia, Dr. Venus Agustin, President of International Peace Leadership College, Philippines, Dr. Ng Amy Kim, Lecturer of Griffith University, Australia, and Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD, the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia. Our beloved presenters, moderators, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God the Almighty, who has blessed us with well-being so that we can gather here in the International Seminar on Teacher Training and Education, Isted 2021. May peace be upon the Holy Prophet and Messenger of God, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Before we start this seminar, let me introduce myself. I am Nisrina Nurhaliza, will guide you as the Master of Ceremony of today's event. Let me open this international seminar by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The first agenda is reciting Holy Quran that will be delivered by our beloved sister, Iva Apriliana. For Iva Apriliana, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanu 'allamal Qur'ana khalaqal insana 'allamahul bayan. Asy-syamsu wal qamaru bi khusbanin wan najmu was-sajaru yasjudan. Was-samaa'a rafa'aha wa وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Iva Apriliana, who has recited the Holy Quran for us. May Allah always give us guidance and help. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go on the next agenda, that is singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya and also Mars Muhammadiyah. For all the participants, please stand up.
Bangkitkan perlawanan, lihatlah matahari telah tiba di ufuk timur sana. Seruan ilahi Samina wa Quran. Ya
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Well, let us start the agenda by hearing welcoming speech from Mr. Saifur Rahman PhD as the Vice Dean 1 of Teacher Training and Education Faculty for welcoming us. For Mr. Saifur Rahman PhD, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Dr. Jebul Suroso, Nurse MCUP as Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. The Honorable Dr. Andes Eko Suroso as the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty. The Honorable the Vice Dean 2, Bapak Dr. Susanto MSI. The Honorable all of the head of the study program in Teacher Training and Education Faculty, the Honorable all the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Jainuddin bin Hasan from University Technology Malaysia, Dr. Venus Agustin, the President or Director of International Peace Leadership College, Philippines, Dr. Onji Amikim, Lecturer of Griffith University, Australia, and also Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD, from the FKIP UMP, all beloved presenters, moderator, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah amma ba'du. First of all, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of His blessing and guidance, so we can gather here in the International Seminar on Teacher Training and Education 2001 in Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Salawat and salam be upon to our best Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has shown us the enlightenment of the Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar on Teacher Training and Education 2001. First of all, let me express my greatest thanks to Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto for all of the facilities and support, and then also for the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and for all of the presenters and the participants of this international speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our conference today is pedagogical innovations in education, in which that we will discuss about the trend of the pedagogical innovations, especially in this world and also in Indonesia. We have got more than 70 papers in these international seminars from Indonesia and then also from internationals. We also have the presenter in parallel sessions from Philippines, from Malaysia, from Bangladesh, from Thailand, and many other countries, and then also from all universities and schools in Indonesia who concern a lot about the educations. Secondly, from the Teacher Training and Education Faculty, UMP, we also want to say sorry if there are a lot of weaknesses, and then during this international seminar, hopefully you can enjoy these internationals until the end of the agenda. And we also invite Pak Dr. Jebul Suloso to open this international seminar on education. So I think that's all my welcoming speech. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Saifur Rahman, PhD, for welcoming us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are having Dr. Jebul Suroso, SKP Nurse MCAP, for welcoming us and also open this international seminar. For Dr. Jebul Suroso, SKP Nurse MCAP, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. The Honorable Dean, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, and also Vice Dean, Head of Department, Head of Committee, all committee members, and oh, I'm sorry. Makasih MC. Tadi suara saya belum bisa ditangkap MC.
Sudah bisa, Pak?
Sudah bisa?
Ya, silakan
Oke.
dilanjut saja, Pak.
Dilanjut ya.
Gih.
Okay. Okay, and then the first I will give appreciation to the committee of this international seminar who has worked hard to prepare everything for the success of this event. Secondly, very appreciate and big thank to my special keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hasan from University Technology Malaysia, Dr. Venus Agustin, President of International Peace Leadership College Philippines, Dr. Amy Kim, Lecturer of Griffith University, Australia, and Dr. Andes Eko Suroso from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. I know they will contribute to all of this valuable insight with education. I also thank all the presenters who also have contributed ideas through the paper. So, the central theme of the international seminar is pedagogical innovation and education, which means that we need to always review our way of education students as well as suiting or our educational practice to current and future challenges, both regional and international. I hope that everyone who participate in this international seminar can get maximum benefit from this gather in the form of better vision of how we should educate people and improve the quality of human resources. And also, I hope that all the resources that we have can support all the presentations, discussion of these international speakers. To keynote speaker, presenter, and all participants of this international seminar, I would like to apologize should there be any inconvenience you may experience during the international seminar. And on behalf of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, in this time, I will open this seminar with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Selamat pagi, sehat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Jebul Suroso, SKPNS MKep, as Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, for opening this international seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our opening speech. Please wait a minute for the next agenda. Well, now we come to our main agenda, that is plenary session 1, that will be delivered by our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hasan from University Technology Malaysia. This session will be moderated by Fuad Arifuddin Abimario SS. Please welcome Mr. Fuad Arifuddin. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in the first international seminar on teacher training and education. And now we are going to have the first plenary sessions, and the speaker for the first plenary session is Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hasan, but I'm very glad to have 20 minutes earlier because in the schedule we have to start the first plenary session at 8, but now we just go on to this session. But before that, I'm going to say hi to Professor Zainuddin bin Hasan. Hello, Professor.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, how are you, Professor?
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, I'm very glad.
Hey, do you have my PowerPoint with you?
Okay, yeah. We have it.
Yeah, because I can't do it.
We are trying to help you to display your presentations. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the moderator of this first plenary session, and I'm very glad to see you here virtually and welcome all of you. And for today's webinar topic is about pedagogical innovations and in educations. And before we listen to our first speaker, I'm going to read a bit about his CV. Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hassan is from Malaysia. He was born on 2nd June 1968, and he's married right now. And he lives in Taman Sri Pulai, Johor Bahru, Malaysia. And for his expertise, if you talk about his expertise, he's expert in many fields: social change, sociology in education, service learning, and higher education. And for his academic qualifications, he took his bachelor in linguistics at University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 1992, and then in 2000s, he took his master degree in development of educations at University Technology Malaysia. And in 2010 until 2011, he took PhD attachment at University East London, UK. And then 1 year after that, in 2012, he took his doctoral degree, major in development of education at University Technology Malaysia. And he became a senior lecturer since 2003 until February 2019. And after that, still in the same year, he becomes the associate professor or Professor Madya. And if we talk about his working experience, he got so many. He has more than 80 work experiences, more than 80, including lecturers, guest lecturers, facilitators, trainers, and keynote speakers at various events. And for research and publications, he's done hundreds of researches. And there are 9 of his research journals that has been indexed by international scientific journals. That's very amazing. And there are also other 26 research journals that has been published by Scopus Journal. Great then. And then he also got 20 other journals that has been published in non-index journal with more than 70 research for conference and seminar. And now we know that he's very great at research. So for this session, he will present about Malaysia Home-Based Teaching and Learning, PDPR, or Pengajaran dan Pembelajaran dari Rumah. So we try to help Professor Zainuddin to display the PPT. Wait a second.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah.
I tried to share. I tried to share, but I can't share.
Okay.
Is it a problem to
Perhaps
share?
the operator can make you as the co-host, but we're trying to help you here.
Yeah, please. Still can't share.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Okay, wait a second, Prof.
Cannot. So
Can you see the slide, Prof?
yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
So without any further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Zainuddin bin Hasan. Please, Professor.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera from Johor, UTM, Malaysia. So, I think this is my, I've been to UMP for twice already. I think because of COVID, I can't come to your place this year. Maybe next time. Give my regards to the rector of UMP, Bapak Dr. Jebul, and friends from the dean and who else? The lecturers who know me a lot. Okay, all right. So I'm thanks the chair for this welcoming. So I was thinking about what thing that I can share to friends in Indonesia. This is the issue now in Malaysia is a Malaysia home-based teaching and learning. We call it PDPR, or pengajaran dan pembelajaran dari rumah. So firstly, this is the big issue in Malaysia now, and now you know that Malaysia is still in lockdown. I'm still working from home more than 2 months already. So this is very interesting based on my research, but some of the data I cannot reveal now because it's still under research and some security. But this one is I just share with and I hope this can help in our friends and maybe researcher in Indonesia and Malaysia to do more about this one because we don't know what happened next. This is PDPR. Okay, next please. Can you go next? All right. So this is yesterday. I think it's 15th of July. So the cases in Malaysia is very high, 13,215 one day, and positive cases of COVID in Malaysia. I think in Indonesia, I just checked just now was 52,000 in Indonesia. But in Malaysia, it's 13,000. It's very high. This, the highest was I think. This one is higher, 13, and deaths among the COVID is 110. Okay, 110. It's quite high also in Malaysia, but Indonesia. Okay, the imunisasi COVID kebangsaan in Malaysia now already 4 million people of Malaysia. We have around 32 million people in Malaysia. 4 million already been vaccinated, both I think, and a day we try to vaccinate around 434,000. So I think the green color there. So I already been vaccinated, alhamdulillah. There's a lot of people still not being vaccinated in Malaysia, but we try to get until October to vaccine around 70 or 80% of our people. So it means that in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and maybe in other world, the COVID is still around us. So we have to take care. So, okay, next, please. Okay, so this is the COVID. When we talk about COVID-19, it's relate to the education in education. How the school operation, how the school infrastructure, is it okay for them to school, and how the student try to immunate this COVID. For your information, in Malaysia, all school university are closed. Mostly are online. I think the same like Indonesia. And we try to vaccine around for students aged under 18. But now we are still not doing now because of some issue of the health. So by now we try, now mostly the teachers, I say not all, mostly the teachers already been vaccinated because you know how we done in some other country. The first one will be the doctor, the nurses, the policemen, the army, and then next week the teachers. They already vaccine for 60 years people all and above. Now they can come walk in to vaccine. I was alhamdulillah, I was quite lucky. I got early vaccine, nice, and now it's open to Malaysia. I think that's why I say they're trying to vaccine a day around 400,000 people. So it's one of the highest rating of vaccine in Malaysia. So when we talk about education, so the COVID is really affects the people, the student, everything. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is the sidang media, I mean that press conference by the Minister of Education in Malaysia. So they have a PDPR, Pendidikan dan Pembelajaran di rumah, dari rumah. So they stop today until 17. They start from 14 June until 17th of July. And then we have a holiday starting tomorrow for the Hari Raya Haji. Hari Raya Korban until 26th of July, and then maybe after that, maybe the Minister of Education will give announcement. But I think we still have to go for the home-based teaching because of the COVID. The cases are very high in Malaysia. So we have done the PDPR last year and this year. So there's so many issues that maybe I can share with others, friends, with friends. Next, please. Okay, introduction. The Malaysia Education Development Plan say that every student has access to education to achieve their potential phase of the future of life. So students are entitled to opportunity to pursue education even if they are unable to attend school. So in Malaysia, it's compulsory for going for school. But now because of the COVID, they have to go to school but using online. So now we have to go for the new norm. I think we know about the new norma baru. I think we already discussed last year also. We are talking about the new norm. Next, please. Okay, the new norm is that, well, like us now, what we are doing now. This is PDPR 3.0 lesson 1. This is English, and so students have to online all the time. And then you can see the photo there downstairs. See so many faces on the videos. It's happen like we are doing now in there. So this new norm classes is online. Okay, class. Okay, friends. Next, please. So this is the photos in Malaysia. Not all are like this. So some of us like this happen to my family also. We have online. My kids, my son, my daughter also online. Next, please. Okay. Pengajaran dan pembelajaran dari rumah. So I'm using a lot of PDPR. I think I hope that you can understand this one, PDPR. So the home teaching and learning manual was developed to help teachers to implement home teaching and learning as an alternative of learning in the new norms. So the manual that I will explain is for the school administration, the officers, district education officer of PPD, or state education department, JPN, and division of Ministry of Education. So this is we have to all full swing for all because the concept of education is for all. So we cannot say, oh, because of COVID, no class, no school is closed. So, but everybody must relate to the education. I think it's very good about this mean also. Next, please. Okay, this is something that happened like in my house also. I'm using the table. Everybody is using the laptop. The mother and father also using. Maybe the father and mother is teachers, so they're using the thing. And then the kid also they are using it. Preschool also they have an online class. Next, please. So operation definition, PDPR is implemented in a home or community center or in any suitable location. PDPR can be, they have three kind of PDPR. First one is implement online. Second one is offline. And the third one is offsite. So we have three kind of PDPR in Malaysia. Next, please. Okay. The basic principle is that no student drop out of learning. So that is the thing that we should understand. And when we talk about education, everything, although we have a problem, we have pandemic, so the school needs to ensure that all students can follow the PDPR based on their needs and readiness. So these teachers need to identify accurately PDPR method. What kind of method they can use to teach? How to attract the student. Teachers should explore different and accurate ways of continuing and increase involvement of students. So teachers have, when we discuss about the teachers, they say, oh, this is more burden than face-to-face. Face-to-face maybe is very easy, you can walk, but when you're talking about online, it's really burden to the teachers because they have to think what kind of way to attract students. So this is, there's a new norm now. Next, please. I think all the teachers in Indonesia got a problem. So the basic of learning are meet. We have to do that. So the teachers have to see how the interest, learning styles and ability of the student, and must be very fair and comprehensive assessment to ensure the student achieve the required level of mastery. Well, it's easy when you put the word there, but in the real things, it's different. Maybe after I will just explain also. Next, please. The social emotional well-being of students is a priority. So now, when we use the PDPR, so I found that there's a problem among the student also. The student also not being social. I mean that sometimes they got a problem in the house. And the school also must be sensitive to the needs of the student. In Malaysia, I didn't say that all Malaysians are very wealthy. Some of them are poor. We have also poor people. We have, because of COVID, some of the family cannot, the parents cannot go to work, so they have less income, less money, less saving. So it affects the student. Okay, so this is social emotion refers to aspect that motivation to learn, how we ask them to learn, because not face-to-face, they don't have any friends there. Relation with the teachers and friends, no teachers and friends, just online, see face, and having a goal in life. So students, we want students to be very fun and comfortable to learn. So, and counseling guidance teachers play a role in helping students who need support and they are really to follow PDPR. So this happen in some school. The counselor helps a lot because the student have problem with their family got a problem with the positive. Some of them are positive COVID. So it go around and around and around. So this is the basic principles that teachers should know when we talk about pandemic, and then how to solve the problem of teaching and learning. All right, next please. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So this has happened. This is normal happen. This is one of the class. I think the name of teacher is Maisara Hanif in the Tri Harmony. Bilangan murid yang hadir, attendance is 21 upon 28. So this is a good class. I think they show all the face. Same like happened in my campus. I have a class also, master class. So some of the students are doing this thing. So this is normal now for us. So this is what happened in Malaysia also. I think same in Indonesia. Next, in around the world. Next, please. Okay, the objective is to give guidelines for teachers and to implement PDPR in structured and planned manner, and students to follow the PDPR. So this is the objective of PDPR, to them to know what is that thing, what is the PDPR, because it's new for me. Next, please. Okay, we have another one in Malaysia. We call it Didik TV. Didik is Didik. I think in Indonesia you know what is Didik. So this is education TV. So in Malaysia we do that. For example, like maybe we have some are using internet. Sometimes we also can use a TV. So these are teachers who are giving a talk in the TV, education TV. I think in Malaysia, so you have. Next, please. So the first one, the PDPR online, I think I told you about three, the PDPR. In Malaysia, we have three. The first one is the online. There you must have internet access, you must have device, and learning in real time. So if the class start at 9, so you have to learn at 9. So you must have whether laptop or handphone or smartphone, and must be internet access. All right, next. Okay, this is for example like teachers. Now teachers are more, glamour, is it? They become, because now I've done this last 5 years. I done this thing 5 years ago, and that's the last time was not COVID, but I was like, I have to go for the studio. I have to give a talk, and then you had a green screen behind me, and then I have to read like the newspaper news person. So now teachers are online. Teachers have to use all these things. This is they're using Google Meet. So what we are using now is Zoom. So next, please. So teachers are now have to explore. Next, please. Okay. Teachers have to explore a lot of things. So now, this one is they're using Telegram. Okay. Sometimes I'm using WhatsApp. This is for the quiz. This is teachers. The teachers, see how glamour they are now. Next, please. All right. So the medium that they can use in Malaysia is that Delima. I will tell you what's Delima. Check YouTube, social media, games, e-games, video, audio clip, e-books, video, online assignment, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams. Mostly teachers in Malaysia using Google Meet. And then I'm in my university. I like to use WebEx. I'm using WebEx. I have my own WebEx line. What else? So this is how the medium. So there are so many medium that they can use. Sometimes YouTube. They use a lot of YouTube also to teach. For example, like this one, if you after you giving a talk or giving a lecture, and then you put in the YouTube, so a lot of people can read or see back all this thing. Next, please. just next. Okay, this is digital education learning dilemma. This is dilemma. So dilemma is where we are going for the new norm. So it's been starting 15th of June 2020. So it seems like TV education. So we call it dilemma. Okay, next, please. So we okay, what is dilemma? They have all these things. So the teachers can log in and log out from this dilemma. But sometimes now, because of the way of how to attract students, so teachers have their own ways. Okay, next, please. Okay, then the second one is PPR offsite. Offsite is that the first one is online. The second one is offsite, where learning efforts that take place in a location such as community center. So this is or any premise declared a temporary evacuated center as a result of disaster or pandemic. So if we have problems, for example, like the cases are so high, everybody can go out, so everybody have to sit in one center. So the PPR still on in this center. So where the guidance of academic support will help in that center. So and need help from the parents and guidance as well as community to do the PPR. This they mean that they already record the thing and we do in one place. So this is second approach. Next. Okay, they have only two things. The first one is refers to the time spent using device such as television, maybe computers, laptop, tablets, and smartphone. And the second one is continuous use of device during PPR without involving any physical movement or long period of time can have negative impact. Okay, so it has time. So they will bring it to one place. Everybody will. Something we have the class is there, but it's not in the school, in somewhere, in some other center. This is the government trying to do that. Next. Okay, this is, if you read the manual, the government ask for the short break. Teachers are advised to allocate a short break from 2 to 5 minutes every 30 minutes of PDPR. And during our transition of subject of 5 to 10 minutes by asking students to do activities such as stretching or light exercise. Teachers are also use interactive PDPR involving physical movement during of online PDPR. So one of the ways that the government, the minister asked them to have break. Although we say that the school is like, PDPR is like a school, but it's not like school all the time. You cannot, because the student cannot sit down watching the computer for the long time. So we have break, a lot of break, small break, and then some of them they have reflection. After 1 hour class, so maybe they have reflection 1 hour or exercise 1 hour. Exercise is also like doing short test or something. So because we don't want the students so stressed looking at the computer. For information, I think it's more tiring using computer and face-to-face. There's a lot of complaint about this one. Next, please. So I think it's the same thing. Next. Okay, this is Bahasa Melayu. In Malaysia, it's Bahasa Indonesia. Tahun 4, year 4, Cikgu Lin Zek. This is the teachers. So he give a 20 soalan objektif beserta penerangan jawapan. So there's a break. So the break is giving a objective. Sorry, my clock. All right, next. Okay, the third one is offline PPR. Offline is student learning using device such as computer, laptop, tablet, or smartphone without internet access. So mean that all been download or been record, and then the student can watch the thing without using internet access. So this has happened in some places that very rural area. Maybe the internet was not good, so they have to do that list. What happened? Some of the student in class, because they can join the online because of the internet problem, blah blah. So all they've been recorded, and then they will look back after class, so that they without using internet access. All right, next. Okay, this is the green screen I told you behind, but now it's not. This is my house, not a green screen. Okay, next. Teachers are like this now in Malaysia. Okay, PDR method using module. So they sometimes you must understand not everybody have internet access or computer, so we have to use module. Module that the teachers already prepared the module. So what happened in Malaysia is that we put the module, we print all the module, put in front of the gate of the school, in front of the guardhouse. The parent will come and take the module and ask and bring back to the home and give it to the student to do that. The module is like exercise. So I think next, please. So we use the model. This is the model. For example, like this is science from 5, from 4. So because sometimes we understand not everybody have the device, so we can use the model to teach. So the important thing is that where you are, this is not holiday. Pandemic is COVID is not holiday for students. So they have to learn. So that's why we have this one. Next, please. We also do a project-based PDPR because we need them to do something, not just stay in the home. So we give a project for them to do something like this project, go searching or something. Okay, next, please. Next. Okay, this is the record. So for them, mean that every student have their own record. What can they have done? What is the project that they have done? This they have to go back. They have to give it back to the teachers. This is for the primary and secondary. This one is for primary school. Okay, next. All right. As the number of COVID infection case is increasing, it's still increasing in Malaysia, there is a high probability that school will have to be closed again. Okay. PDPR is the last step because there is no other opinion or like it or not. Parents have no choice. So if the number is still high, okay, in Malaysia, I'm not sure, but in Indonesia, we still have to do PDPR. So hoping next year we are back to normal, but there's issue among this one is that because they already the committee already know what is PDPR, so maybe next time we don't need to go for school for every day. Maybe we can do PDPR also. That will be a second choice. Okay, never mind. But back to this one. So that's why PDPR is we have to prepare. In Malaysia, we have to prepare for the next coming problem of the COVID. Next, please. So the teachers there. Okay, teacher roles. Can you see the photo? Teachers, nobody in front of them, no class. All right. So teachers have roles in the PPR. The first one is reorganize. Last time was face to face. Now they have to reorganize the thing. They have to plan. What kind of the plan of timetable? Okay, the timetable. We cannot use the same timetable like normal timetable. So normally in Malaysia we have 3 classes only per day. 3 class. So 3 class mean that around 3 hours only. 3 hours per day. We cannot go for 7 to 12. No, nobody will go for 7 to 12. So now we only choose 9 to maybe to 11. So 9 to 11 or 2 to 12. So 3 hours and plus with the break. Determine, provide what kind of thing that they can provide and ensure that student get assignment, exercise planned by the teachers and whole discussion between teachers to avoid student receive a lot of homework. So there's issue also, not everybody give a homework, not every teachers give homework to the students, so the student will be stressful with COVID. So sometimes we give a very short one piece of paper to exercise. That's all, not a lot of burden. So this is by the government teachers' roles. Next, please. So this is Keratan Akhbar, newspaper cutting. Guru tidak dilatih untuk mengajar. Teachers are not trained for the PDPR. Yes, agree. But now they've been asking to do PDPR, and there are short course for them to teach how to do PDPR. Because this is suddenly happened in Malaysia, I think in the world. So from face to face, and suddenly when you have COVID, so teachers have to teach. So but it's online. So this is part of the problem last time. Next, they are still still old school student teachers who do not know about computer, but now I think they have to set time for discussion with students and others than PDPR. I think the student can use the Telegram or WhatsApp to ask question. Can be anytime using various assessment method, quiz, assignment, Kahoot. I think you know what's Kahoot. Project and student to achieve. Record student involvement. You know how many. You want to know how many percent attend the class. Report the implementation. Okay, they have to give report to the administration, school administration. Hold discussion with parent to support student learning at home. There's a lot of issue when the student did not come. The teachers have to call the parents or the guardian. Why? Is it a problem? So this is in Malaysia. We have to do that. Lastly, inform parent if class cannot be conducted as scheduled. So we have a WhatsApp group for parent, WhatsApp group for students, so WhatsApp group for teachers. So all these things. So with the principal or headmaster, so it's now online all the thing. Next, please. So this is new teachers. See, teachers are well equipped with the microphone, with the laptop, and behind that thing, and then the student is using the smartphone. Okay, next. Same thing. So same like I'm doing now. The teachers also they are teaching Jawi here. I don't know if it's Arab or Jawi, in Jawi. So they're using a smartphone. to as a video, and they can see the WhatsApp there. I think they can maybe the student can use WhatsApp to answer the question. Okay, next. Administration are responsible for. So this is the principal or the headmaster to ensure that planning and management of PDPR is implemented carefully, efficiently, and effectively. So the administration, the principal have to give a report to the government almost every week, sometimes every day. Why? How many people, students attend the class? How many teachers have a class? How many hours? What kind of teaching they do? So this is the government want to know whether the teachers do this one. We don't want that the teacher say, okay, open the YouTube, watch this video, or please write on your WhatsApp or in Telegram. You can ask me anything. No. So they have to have a good kind of teachings. Ensure all teachers implement PDPR. Ensure that all teachers implement PDPR according to the set of schedule. Avoid time overlap. All right. So between subjects, so the administration have to know what time. Something like the jadual waktu, the timetable for the student and for the teachers. Ensure that there are no dumping assignment homework to giving by student. Arrange a flexible learning schedule. Monitor the PDPR. So administration or the principal also can go, mean that join the Google Meet with the student teaching. They can join to see whether they really do that. So this is administration job in PDPR. Next, please. Okay, this is the timetable I told you. This is Isnin, Selasa, Rabu, Khamis, Jumaat. So we have 3 classes. The first Isnin, science. Then another one is Bahasa Arab and Zek. I think. So we have Pendidikan Islam, Tindakan Seni, I think. PK, everything. So this is only 3 subjects per day for the student. Okay, next. Okay, this is TV Pendidikan. They're using a TV OK channel or RTM, maybe in Indonesia RCTI. So although we have a Didik TV, we have the TV3 is private television. Astro also private television. We have MTV, Astro, Uni5, RTM. So we're using a lot of the TV channel for the education TV. We call it Didik TV. All right, next. Peranan ibu bapa penting, parents, parent involvement. Now parents are like facilitator or like teachers also sitting behind the student because they want to know whether the student study or not. So this is we need help from the parents. Next. Sorry. Okay. Parents help the children to get information related with PDPR, instructional assignment, homework, and giving by teachers. The student cannot go to school because the school is closed. And in the lockdown, only 1 or 2 people can go out from the house. So mostly parent or father or mother, so they can drive to the school. The student cannot go out from the house, cannot go to school to take the module. No. So this, we need parent to help them. Parent also had to have helping children to access Delima, education TV, web TV, Cikgu Tu. So mean that the parent have to help. Okay, what happens if both of the parents are working? So that's another issue. So maybe we can discuss after this. Next. The community has a role to provide assistance to the school in terms of materials such as material and equipment, and provide support and service that form ideas, energy, and skill. The community. Mostly the community comment a lot about the PDPR. Maybe it's an idea, but sometimes it's good, something we know from the community what's the problem when we talk about PDPR. The community also, in Malaysia, they like to write something about this one. Next. Okay, this is the pamphlet given by the government to the student and the parent and people. What is it PDPR? Next. Okay, PDPR can do also in two things. Synchronize and synchronize. Synchronize is in the same time and different kind of place. If you can use the video, but asynchronous is that different time but different place. So something like recording. So something like here. For example, the photo test. Some parents say they are working. Both of them, or father and mother, is working in the morning, so they only have time at night. So they're teaching their children at night, or watching them to do the homework at night. So this is happen. Sometimes when we call why your son did not go for the class, he said, "Oh, I'm working. I am working. So there are no handphone in the house. So I only have the handphone at night. So my son can use the handphone at night, not in the morning." So that's a problem in Malaysia also. Okay, next. Okay, and teachers also have to adapt. To adapt what kind of PDPR. So I used the word dilemma just now. So teacher, this is the secular that the teachers also have to change the way of teaching. Is it? Next. Online home study problem. There's a lot of problem. This is based on my research. Among the problem, okay. Among the problems faced by the group and the B40 group in Malaysia. Okay. Maybe I will explain what is B40 group in Malaysia. Mostly the B40 have a lack of equipment. There are no computer tables. When live streaming runs, Malaysia among children at home, there are no device. They are poor people. They spoiling internet lines. More places in Malaysia, either speed or access is very weak. Some of the places internet are very weak in Malaysia. And for the B40 family, shopping once for the fast internet connection and cost of buying a new computer is very burden. So for them, the poor people, some of them say better buy food than buy the data. So this is a problem. Next. Okay, home-based teaching challenge is that, okay, teachers say that attendance of online classes among students are very low. Sometimes half of the class are attend. For example, the attendance of students from the first class is 24 people out of total of 27. This is still okay. And attendance among students from back classes is 6 out of 19. Students who are good will survive and the weak will continue to be left behind. So that's a problem. When the students join the class, so they will be left behind. And then at school, teachers call students face-to-face, but when online, it depends to the student themselves. Preparation of job or gadget, data plan, and some motivation. When face-to-face is different, they call the name and then they will say answer. But in online, when they call the name, they didn't answer. Or they want to open, they say, oh, we have a problem with the camera, we have no data. So when we on the data, the camera, a lot of data will out. So that's a problem. Happen also in university, okay? The teachers who devised the name say that challenge online teacher is problem of monitoring the student discipline. You cannot see whether they are doing or not. So he claimed that there are students who open 2 windows of laptop, one for online and another one is for online games. I'm not sure about you all or the who are watching me now, although you are watching me or you're watching the WhatsApp or watching other things. Okay, next. Okay, because I cannot see you. So in Kedah is a name of one of the province, something like Georgia. Okay, Kedah, 9 adik-beradik kongsi 2 gadgets. So this family only have 2 smartphone, but have to that we berkongsi with 9 of them. So how to solve this problem? Okay, next, please. 1 phone for 5 siblings. This is another one. So they say that, okay, this is in Kota Baru in Kelantan. So he have only 1 smartphone, and then he's very poor. And then he said that there are only 1 smartphone of this one. 5 children are aged between 6 to 15 had to take turns to complete their schoolwork. Okay. And then but some of all at times my children will cry for first aid after having to wait too long for the return of the gadget. The internet will become slow, and then the phone had broken down twice. It had to be sent for repair. So this has happened. When we talk about online, we talk about device. Not every family can give to the children all this thing. So this is the issue in Malaysia. Okay, next. And then they're using smartphone. My kid also using smartphone. Two of my son and daughter using a laptop, and one of my youngest like to use a handphone to in class. Next. Unable to focus. This is comment from the student. For Form 3 student of a school in Selangor, challenge to study at home is that not being able to focus on his lesson as his sibling often make noise and disturb him when they're having class. Okay, that's normal. Difficult for me to listen to teachers and other students because of the lot of question in the and then telephone screen is small. Teachers are inconsistent to keep changing social media, and teacher using WhatsApp platform and switch to Telegram. So this is a problem that having among the student. Okay, so same like happened in me also, my family. So I will go and buy some eggs. Or I say, I got class now, I got test now, I got assignment now. Okay, so sometimes although they are still in the same, although my children are in my house, but they have class, But sometimes because we thought that they are so quiet, so they have sometimes they are really study, but like us parents, go and buy something, go and buy. That's a problem. So this happen also in other family, I think so. Next, please. It's happening in Indonesia also, is it? Okay, this is the newspaper cutting also. There's a lot of things. Adik-beradik kongsi satu telefon pintar untuk belajar. This one is very interesting. Jangankan nak beli data, makan pun susah. He said to buy the data for internet. I think for eating also they got a problem. Don't say about buying a data. So in some places, adik-beradik kongsi satu telefon pintar dalam since in Malaysia, all these things will be put in the newspaper because how I have to say because this, I think that's normal happen, but this thing is very big news in Malaysia. This is in newspaper. Okay, class, friends. Next. So what we have to do? Okay, this is paddy field and masjid compound become a place for learning PBR. So maybe in house it's not suitable. They go out to nice, long, far away, and then maybe it's more quiet. So as a student who are able to attend online class, there is no guarantee that they fully understand the lesson because there is no way to tell how they complete their assignment. So they have to go out. Because maybe the house is crowded, so noisy. They have to go outside of the class, outside of the house. Next. It's a newspaper also. This one is three brothers need to climb the hill just for PDPR. This is because they need line. Line. The line is not very strong in the house, so they have to go top of the hill. There's a lot of example here in Malaysia. They have to go for the high places to get the internet line. Next. All right. So what happened now? How to solve the thing? Free tablet help review for student B40. So the government are giving Ministry of Education is free. This free and tablet assistance given to primary and secondary school student for the B40 family based on the budget. So government will give 150,000 computer and tablet for student for among 500 schools and starting with May 2021. And last one will be September. Next. So the eligibility requirement for free tablet must be a B40 family can only register and apply for one family, one tablet is allowed. In Malaysia, we give free for this group of family. Next. What is B40? Next. Okay, what is B40? B40 is income below 4,387 ringgit. So we have B40, M40, T20. So for B40 family, the income is around 16 million rupiah per month. 16 million, 16 juta rupiah. If your income salary is 60 million rupiah, kalau pendapatan kamu 16 juta rupiah ke bawah, kamu dikirakan sebagai poor people. In Malaysia, we call it as poor. And will get a lot of help from the government. So in Malaysia, if your salary 4,000 ringgit, you are poor. So Malaysia categorize this for 3 group. T20 is top 20%, middle M40, middle is M40, and bottom is 40 and B40. So B40 will get salary. So they categorize based on the salary. So the lowest salary in Malaysia is 1,900. 1,900 is equivalent to almost 6 million rupiah. 6 juta rupiah itu gaji awal di Malaysia. Next. We can discuss to it. Okay, so parent also got the burden. Parent complain about the PDPR, so need some research do it. So that's why I do this research. So parents say, oh, the PPR, because they not expect they have to use online. So this parent burden. Next. Parent had to learn about the Google Classroom application. They have to learn about Sahidah, about mobile phone. So they have to learn about the Google Classroom, not the student also. He very obsessed with video game. Okay, so he said, I am worried about buying him a mobile phone or laptop because based on my experience during the MCO, I found him very obsessed with video game and even shop online when he had access to the gadget. Noraza said that during MCO last year, the son used her phone to follow the PDPR session and do his homework. So just imagine fighting among the parent and the children to use the handphone because maybe the parent want to use for calling somebody else, and then but the children want to use for homework. Harunisha Aman 39 said that PDPR not only demand high discipline of students, but parents also have to play their role to ensure their students are focused. See, parents have to sit beside the student. It's a quite challenge because it requires a high level of commitment and to participate the Google Meet, Google Classroom, Telegram, WhatsApp session for 3 children who are all at primary school at the same time. However, for now, I still find time to monitor them, say the food caterer. So this is the parent. So the parent has to involve also in the PDPR. Okay, next please. Okay, this is one of our Ustad. It's very good. His name is Ustad Ibit Liu. He give free 100 tablet for student. So this is a very generous person. He give 100. And there's a lot of people in Malaysia do that. Next. So this is TMJ is Tengku Mahkota Johor, the Crown Prince of Johor, is where the song called that. He giving 200,000 ringgit to Ibit Liu, and Ibit Liu buy 500 tablet to give to the student. Next. So 1 ringgit Malaysia is, I should put in front there. 1 ringgit Malaysia is equivalent to 3,400 rupiah in Indonesia. Is meaning of 1 ringgit in Malaysia. Okay, next. So what happened is that in Selangor, this is Selangor, they give a zakat. The zakat give around 7,000 tablets and handphone to the asnaf. This is from Selangor. We have 14 states in Malaysia. Selangor give around 7,000. This one, next. This is in Kedah, 23 million ringgit giving to the sick, giving a laptop to a table to in zakat, using the zakat money. Next. Because of this COVID. Internet challenge, another one. Internet challenge, they have been complaining about unsatisfactory internet access. The price of communication gadgets such as smartphone, tablet, which are quite expensive, and Malaysia is very expensive. Say that internet access and gadget are two interpreted factors to ensure smooth online. Internet packages are still not as affordable. It's still expensive. Internet access is a problematic, and people cannot afford to buy PDPR. For example, if you have 5 children, so you have to buy 5 smartphones. Quite very expensive. Next. So this is what happened. I think some happened to it. So in Indonesia, not all are open their camera. So only one there switch on the camera, maybe answer the question. All are using. No, you cannot see their face. So this is happening in Malaysia also because of the because just imagine every day they have class. They have 3 classes every day. So if only one, if you have 5 children, so how is it? So how about the data, everything? Okay, although you have Wi-Fi in your house, but there will be less and less after that. Next. So we try in UTM, we try to a talk. We give some suggestion how the teachers can use the PDPR and how the parent can do PDPR. Next. It already been done. This is our dean and the talk dia memperkasakan PDPR dan pusat maya. And then this is paper cutting UTM Anjus Mina bantu guru ibu bapa laksana PDPR. Next. Not effective. Okay. PDPR also some say that okay, have smartphone to enable them to follow the PDPR, but feel the effectiveness of the method of cannot by face-to-face learning. So if we compare to face-to-face, it's different. Facility need to be provided. Everything must be available and good to provide education for everyone. So all these things, this is complained by the teachers and by the parent. He just moved. Okay, never mind. See, I was okay. This is they cannot see their teachers. They don't know about the fans. So that's issue there. Next. So parents may have to put the extra effort to help their children undergo PDPR, but while us teachers have double our workload to ensure our students receive proper education. So sometimes workload of the teachers have been double. They have to change their method, teaching, learning, everything. So in education now, maybe in this now, maybe you can discuss how the teachers change the new norm and then how we challenge this pandemic in education. Next. The sale is when they have a problem, everything is become expensive. Currently, facility are where parents suitable for the children to follow pediatrician. The price is increased 75%. Second-hand computer laptop for the sale. So mean that the parent also have to look at the budget, their budget to buy handphone or tablet. Next. So there will be time pass. Okay, so this is the bantuan laptop. Percuma for B40. This is help from the government. For the B40 parents, ibu bapa tunggal is single parents, keperluan khas or orang asli native people, so they can under 4,800 per month, so they will get a free laptop in Malaysia. Next. So 150 million for this is tabung cerdik. Okay. Free laptop in Malaysia. We try to give free laptop to the people. Next. Bantuan laptop and internet percuma. This is just apply, mohon. They will get the free laptop and internet free. Next. Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat bantuan 1,000. 1,000 is equivalent to 3 million rupiah for every keluarga, every family. For this because of PDPR. Next. Celcom, this is the data, 35 ringgit per month is 35 is around 30 berapa 100,000 rupiah sebulan. Okay, for the data. So the mobile data giving free data and cut off the data price of the data. Next. This one is for the pelajar student. They cut from 40 to 30 based on the hot link postpaid Facebook. I don't know which one. So they are from 16 gig to 30 gigs. They try to help the student. Next. The government and the government and the company, they try to. This one is from the bank. Bank also. This is Maybank. I think it's Maybank. Yeah, bantuan laptop and tablet. So they will give to the students who needs the laptop. Next. Okay, school initiative. Okay. There's some school I've been do research how they try to solve the problem in PDPR. First one is they call the parents. They call the parent if the student did not come. They call why the student will ask why the student did not come. They know that class happened. So that's very effective. When they call the parent will ask this. So sometimes they say, "Oh, I'm working. I don't know that my son is doing or not." So when the parent know about the problem, they can solve the problem. Okay, another top up is that in some school they something like donate money and give it to the student for top up for the data. Free device, tablet and use handphones. Maybe there are some teachers or parents who do not use any tablet or handphone, they can give to other poor people. Wang pelajar miskin, money for poor student using the zakat. You can use for the PPR. I reward the student with full attendance in a week with certificate and credits. Reward the teachers who got the highest student attendance. And then we can divide class to morning session or night. There's some classes are doing at night because the parents are not in the morning, so they can use the data. You can use the smartphone at night. So some of that class will be at night. So it depends on the for subject and teachers. So it's the base. We cannot do all in the morning session. So just imagine if the family have 5 in, so they can, so we can change from morning to afternoon to night. So this is how the school try to solve the problem of PDPR. Next. So this is pelancaran didik, and this is wawancara, is an interview with the Minister of Education, Dr. Razi Jidin. This is our Prime Minister, Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin. Next. We have a lot of, okay. This is a photo. What happened if they are looking for it? Everybody are using the internet. Everything in Malaysia now, everything using internet. Everything looking for data. See the bird say, ada internet bar di sini. So the bird say, "Oh, come sit with me behind that branch." While this mine is certainly high time that government get creative in resolving this issue, and more importantly, to improve the effective of teaching and learning. Pandemic or not, education must not be something to be taken lightly. So this is very important. So anything happen, education must on. Cannot say stop. So that's maybe the issue we can discuss in this conference. Next, please. Tinggal sikit, yeah. So this is from the Prime Minister. Congratulations to the teachers who are so committed to education student in any situation by the Prime Minister. So hoping happy PDPR for everyone. Stay strong, stay motivated, stay safe. Next. And selamat kembali ke sekolah. I don't know when is it. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So I think that's all from me. I'd like to thank the UMPE for opportunity to give some talk about PDPR to Indonesia and France. So I hope that we can do a lot of papers or article or research after this. Maybe we can compare between Malaysia and Indonesia. So we can looking for grant for this one. I try to make to apply for a grant for this one. I want to do research about the PDPR in Malaysia. But if you want to join, it's good. So we can do a lot of other scopus paper to among us lah, among UTM and UMP. Okay, that's all. Chair, penerusi, terima kasih.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was great presentations. Very great, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe that we as a student, as a teacher, as a parents really understand what has been presented by Professor Zainuddin, because all of us are facing the same issues due to the pandemic. And now we are moving to the next sessions. It is Q&A session, so we will have a further discussions. And for the participants, if you have any question, you may write your question in the chat box or just raise your hand. And I will read the first questions for the speaker. The teacher also need to adapt with the situations. Both teacher and student are lacked of readiness due to the change of the learning style. So, Professor, what is your solution to overcome the lack of readiness of the student and the teacher?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the question. Well, it's happened also in Malaysia, so about the readiness. That's why in my second slide, I use the word new norm, a norma baru, new norm. So, and teachers also have to adopt and adapt. Right. The student, now the problem is that, based on my research, the teachers, yes, they can try to change, but now the problem is that it's the students. Okay, because of the teachers is mostly, well, when the headmaster or principal say you must do that, they will follow because that's the way. So teachers, okay, back to the teachers. The teachers have to try to looking something new, try to learn something new about online. So although it's very hard, I know it's very hard. I didn't say that it's very easy, but you have to do that. You must understand that education is for all. We cannot stop education. We need to teach. Kita kena ajar. Kalau tidak ajar, mereka tidak tahu. They didn't know what happened. So we need to teach. Although in Malaysia, for information, we have a lot of big exam, but some of the exam already been stopped. For example, like UPSR for primary 6, we stop it. And then we have PT3 for Form 3 for secondary, we stop. Now we have 2 only exam, big exam in school, SPM and SPM, Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia and Sijil Tinggi. So there are only 2 exam that the student have to go. But others, if we stop because of if we do the test, maybe got a problem with the others, maybe the result is not so good. So we have to. Right. So the teachers have to teach. Although exam or not exam classes, we have to teach. That you cannot say no. Okay, back. The problem is now is the student. Based on my research, the student, the attitude, the student. And now we already give free laptop. We already give free data. We already give teaching. So now it's up to the student to change the norm. Oh, this is time to study. Oh, I have to switch on. There's a class in online. So there's a problem now in Malaysia. I see that the student is still not very high. But in some school, the attendance was very full. But in some schools, so depend on the situation. Maybe for the poor family, they have no the device, no data, so there's problem there for them to join in online. But they have to. That's why we give module for them to do exercise outside of the class. So this is sorry to say. Pandemic or not pandemic, education must go on, and we as a teacher or educator must educate them. So you cannot say no. You cannot say no alasan lah. Tak ada alasan lain. We have to. So if not, the student our generation will lost 2 years without learning anything. Alright. So that's why we need to go for. That's why we call it PDPR. Okay, I hope it's answering your question.
Okay, I think it's clear enough. So I think the participant already got the answer. And then we got the second questions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Wening Fajriyah Utami from UMP. Due to COVID-19, education is conducted online. I don't think it's too problematic to learn the material. But for education about manners, I think it's a bit difficult to do online. My questions, how to solve the problem?
Which problem? I didn't understand.
I think it's about manners, Prof. Because when we are having an offline class, we do the manners, we do the politeness there. But if we directly to the teacher.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the question or the statement. okay, there's a different with face-to-face and online class. Maybe face-to-face we can change, we can advise about their character. This is do that. But online is no. It's very hard to know whether they will implement or not. But as educator also, I'm using the word educator, we should advise. You can advise, you can shout, no problem, you can angry with them. But for me, educate, mendidik, how to educate people. So sometimes maybe can use low tone of language to teach, to give them good character, give example. For example, like I'm watching one school, they have every morning, starting before they start the class, they have a doa. And the doa, they have a good short tazkirah. Tazkirah is like in Indonesia. Give a small speech or talking about motivation, everything. So that's the way. And then we have also a Yasin at night. We have a Yasin, reading a Yasin at night. And then or ceramah agama. You can use it in online. So that's the way for them to, you must very good with your parents, very good with your teachers, helping others. So this thing we can insert in our online class. So that's why now we have to change. Maybe sometimes when nowadays youngsters are very obsessed about the internet device. So sometimes they for example, like when we hear about good thing or motivation thing, that sometimes for them, they are really, they understand. If you, for example, you are using TikTok, for example, like TikTok, so they're happy with the TikTok. So maybe that's the way. Now maybe that's the way of learning in pandemic. Or last time I gave a talk in University Malang talking about the digital era, and suddenly we have pandemic. So digital era is the same thing. So now we are in the digital era. So we have to use online to teach. All right, thank you. There's another one.
Thank you, Professor. And then we got another questions from Pak Sukirno from UMP. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Professor. The question is when is the face-to-face class in Malaysia started, and how is it maintained?
All right. Thank you, Pak Sukirmo. All right. I think the pandemic, I think it happened the whole world. It happened in all around the world. I'm not sure in Indonesia how is it. We have face-to-face. In the first last year, we have face-to-face class with them, and there are so many SOP, standard operation. When you have SOP, but when the cases increase, because when we do face-to-face class, the student with when the family of the student with COVID come to school, they will affect the whole school, the whole teachers, everything. So we have to close the school. Although we try to do a lot of SOP, but COVID is now is still increasing. So that's why we close. We do online. We do PDPR. But if the numbers become lower and lower, the government target that in next year. No, they haven't given any announcement, but they said the graph of the positive will go down on November or December. So for me, maybe next year we go for face-to-face again, inshallah. But we try, because that's how we try in Malaysia now. We go for vaccinate all the teachers. Teachers need to vaccine twice, and the students we still hold first. Although in Singapore, I think they already vaccinated the students in Singapore, but in Malaysia we haven't started yet. Maybe we have to see the real. If the student all have vaccine, I think we can go face to face again. But this year we have a face to face this year. Last year we have 2 or 3 months, and then we close, and then now we open back, and then now we close. So I think I give the schedule in the third slide. So maybe after the cuti of Hari Raya Haji or the school holiday, maybe the Minister of Education maybe will announce. But I think there will be a PDPR, still PDPR, because of the cases is still high in Malaysia. I'm not sure I'm answering or not of you, Pak Sukirmo, but in Malaysia, we opened the school based on the number of positive, because last year on July, we have 0 cases. Last year, July, 0. And then suddenly, I think because of the COVID data, so we graph is going up. I think it's happened in Indonesia also. So please pray for us and for all from the world, stop the COVID. Or in UK now, if you understand, in UK, in England, they try to live with the COVID. I mean, they open everything, so it's normal. COVID is normal things. Okay. Any question else? Sorry.
Okay, actually, we still have some question, but unfortunately, we have limited time. So
sorry.
I think this is the end of the first plenary session. And thank you so much, Professor. It's a great
thank you very
presentation, a great discussion, and we got many new insight from you. And thank you so much, Jazakallah khairan kathir. Hopefully we can see you directly, face to face, either in UMP Purwokerto or in Malaysia, hopefully soon.
Inshallah. Please come. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. And this is the end of the first plenary sessions, and then we are going to have the next plenary sessions. For the next speaker, it is Dr. Venus Agustin from Philippines.
Yes, good morning.
Okay,
Is my
Doctor.
voice can hear?
Yeah,
Can hear my voice?
It's very clear, Doctor. Okay.
Thank you so much.
But before that, I'm going to read a bit about his CV. Dr. Venus Agustin, now he lives in Villa Corazon Subdivisions, Chupang, Antipolo City, Philippines. And he was born on 12 February 1963. And you can contact him through email at agustinvenus63@gmail.com. And he is a specialist in quite a lot of fields. He's the specialist of strategic planning and organizing goals, educator, trainer, coaching, and mentoring people. And he's also a specialist on strategic management, both in business and educational institution. And also human resource strategies for hiring, education, and training and termination. And also he's mastering martial art. He's the master of martial art, Tung Il Mudu. Hopefully I pronounce it correctly. He also got 7th degree black belt in Tung Il Mudu system. And he has traveled and visited almost 81 provinces and cities nationwide since 1982. And he has been to 6 continents and traveled to more than 40 countries worldwide since 1987. And for his academic qualifications, he got his bachelor degree in 1992, a major in management at Central College of Philippines. And then in 1996, he got his master degree, major in administrations, business administrations at Central College of Philippines. And in 1999, he got PhD degree, major in commerce at the University of Santo Tomas, Catholic University, Manila City. And he was one of the best students at that time. And he also got many experiences. I believe I cannot read them all, so I will just read some of them. Since 2008 until now, he's the chairperson and president of Pines International Academy, Baguio City, Philippines, and you can visit the website www.pinesaacademy.com. And he's the president of Sanhua International Academy, Philippines, since 2019 until 2021. And he's the president of World Tung Ilmudu Federations, or WTMF Asia Pacific, since 2007 until 2020. And he also became the president of Council of Deans and Educators of Business in Region 4A since 2017 until 2018. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Venus Agustin, please.
Thank you so much, our Mr. Moderator, Professor Facultas Hiruguan. And of course, I would like to give my respect to Dr. C. Furuman, the chairman of ISTED, for inviting. And it's a pleasure to be with you. I am Dr. Venus Agustin. To give you now my presentations, can I share now my PowerPoint?
Not yet, Doctor.
Can my presentation be seen already?
Yes, it's already there.
Okay, so I will make it bigger. Is it clear?
Very clear, Doctor.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. As I've listened also to our Professor Zainuddin, I think he's speaking about the challenges faced by our our students, in addressing the online class. I think there's no difference in the Philippines. We have a lot of similar situations here, and the government is doing much the same also with Malaysia. I think I can relate and I can also present, but since it is something unique that everybody addresses, so I feel that I can rather share something, at least something that will, put the point, because I was moved by Professor Zainuddin that there is some challenges on the situation, even the character, the matter of attitude of the students nowadays. So anyway, I will focus more my presentations on the area of my presentations on the school, how it addresses this, that give us a more lighter challenges during the pandemic. At the same time, our extension services that provide some sort of contributions to nation building. So that is the focus of my presentations. Okay, so as you know, our International Peace Leadership College and Tungulmudu published in the international journal through AGI Global on peace education. So our college really put the emphasis on the character education for our students. And these publications is really something that one of our best practices. And I hope that can give insight on how this can also contribute to other institutions. So these are the contents of my presentations on the background, innovation in education of IPLC. Of course, I would like to share some of the facilities our programs offer graduates and alumni, and our IPLC in partnership with the Tung Ilmudu, which actually I am very actively involved, and then the graduates. Okay, so and the background. So anyway, so in these areas, our school started from very humble beginning. I would like to go into the details, but if you look at the next picture, it is like a house. It's a college, but it's a house. our government in the beginning cannot even believe that it is a school, but with with a visions of contributing for nation building. So it is something that the government provided us an opportunity to operate with some conditions presenting of what the long-term plan. So we presented, and in that presentation, we don't even know when to realize those dreams. But after some sort of years, in the year 2011, March 13, that vision of putting up a structure bigger than that house came to realize because of something greater than what we think of. So I believe that because of these visions that the institutions provide, I feel that there is a grace and blessings that comes, especially on the mission, to raise, to raise students to be the leaders that possess the primary qualities of what is meant to be the leaders. What kind of education, centering on that visions, we could feel the grace that coming in. So in that situations, we really try to put that into actions, not just on the academic performance of our students, but focus also on the character educations. So in this pipeline, we try to teach that this is a boarding school, by the way. So students stay. They have their dormitory. So everybody attend the morning devotions as a part of the curriculum until it becomes an institutionalized part of its institutional requirement. And we also had some kind of programs that integrated in the curriculum, so that they will not just learn the academic level type of intelligence, but at the same time, the moral aspects the students that they want to be in the future. So in this way, every morning, of course, there's a sign person. So we teach about pure love education, about the founder's course, the principles education, marriage and family values, among others. Because at the end of the day, what is it education is all about? This is my experience in the Philippines. We have a lot of excellent leaders graduated in exclusive schools. But at the end of the day, they become leaders. But what kind of leaders they are? Well, I don't have to explain much. But you can see in the news and everything, and So the bottom line is education. What kind of education they learn when they are in the school, that they can carry that when they are in their career level of leadership. So in this area, we have this part that we call it part of the subject. We call it IPLETP. This is international program that can define something. We call it International Peace Leadership and Education Training Program. That every summer, this is a 1 year every summer program. This is only the focus that we offered. Only one subject. It's about peace leadership. Every summer program. This course shall expose the students to a program that develops students through the 4 primary characteristics of a true leader as defined. Being a peacemaker with diplomatic skills, communication and skills, conflict resolutions, be financially independent, and possess managerial ability, and of course in the areas of human resource and global management skills. And I added one more thing, martial arts, because I believe that martial arts has an essential component of discipline. So this, if you add all of the summer program, is actually a 1 year course actually, but only put it in the summer program. So these are the components of the education that we have, because every human being has a mind and body. this is a part of things that we consider it's essential for a human person. So these are the institutional requirements we actually implement to all our students. If you look at the topic from this one, is that we introduce the peace education, pure love education, principles of peace, the blessings and marriage foundation for world peace, true family values, life force of achievements of the founder. So, plus the international peace leadership education training program every summer. These are the things that we also teach as a part of the methodology for our students to learn. That's the internal educations that we implement in the college. At the same time, which represents the body, okay, the external education. So we, of course, absolutely follow what the Commission on Higher Education, the curriculum based on CMOs, the scholastic achievement, complying the curriculum accordingly from general subjects to major subjects. And based on that, we try to complement that part so that when they graduate, the students will graduate with a balanced education. So these are the components of our curriculum for the whole year until they graduate, which I cannot go into the details now. But anyway, from the start of welcoming them to graduations, we actually focus our mind, especially our staff and professors, that IPLC has that mindset of serving the nation, the world through education by leading the change. That means everything must start within. The change must start within. That's why during the pandemic, we don't have much problem of, reaching our students. In fact, many of them, our applications, our modality is flexible learning. Flexible means if the students is available through online, then we use we call it the type of online program, we call it synchronous class. But for those who don't have the accessibility to internet, we use asynchronous type of approach of education. So we send the type of modules that they can finish, and then sometimes our teacher meet them somewhere, or sometimes in some way that the person has the access by sending him the text, I am ready. So that's the only way that the students can learn. And the teacher can find out whether the students develop. So during the pandemic, we don't have much challenges, except, of course, I'm not saying everybody are really obedient, but of course, there are some cases also that students become, naughty, something difficult to reach. So anyway, as a president, I also try to have a president's hour with the student leaders so that they can feel the kind of, love and care. So they, as a leader, then they can also send that message to all their class, which they lead. So all our students, from first year until they graduate, there is a program or curriculum which is part of institutional requirements. They practice it's a martial arts program that when they graduate, all of them are black belt. Okay, so that kind of system that I integrated in our program, of all academic programs. So we actually put this as a part of our commitment, not only for nation building, but for them also to contribute to the world. So in some way, these students has that competence to become a lecturer on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values, because it's very important. Not only on the things that what you have learned in your expertise, But at the same time, you should have that kind of mindset that you need to do something for others. Live for the sake of others, not for your own only, but what you can do for the sake of others. What are those others mean? Meaning, number one, your future husband, your future wife, your future community. It expanded. Once you become a leader, what you can be, something like that. Okay. So anyway, so these are the things also that the facilities which I would like to happily share with you. It's a simple. In the highway, you can see this emblem, and that's the gate to enter. That's the ground. This is the community that comprises 30 classroom building. Our classrooms is with the big television. It's not yet in the right side, capable to connect with the internet. So our mess hall where students eat, our dormitory separately for brothers and sisters, and also the gymnasium, and we have our administration building to house our all head of the academic and administration. And our programs offered basically are these: Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy, Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, major in Values Education, and now we are opening English as one of the major, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, major in Marketing and Human Resource Development, Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship, Bachelor of Arts in Journalism, Bachelor of Arts in Religious Education, Bachelor of Arts in International Relations, major in Peace Leadership Development. And for now, we are offering MBA, our school. So it is a small college, focuses on those areas. And we also have senior high school, grade 11 and 12, where we offer those strands like GAS, like General Academic, Strand, ABM, HUMAS, STEM, and TVL. So also at the same time, we offer caregiving course, Japanese language. And in terms of our alumni graduates, these are the percentage. Since 2009, our first graduate up to this year, if you look at the percentage, 33% graduated who underwent a 1-year internship course. Meaning before they graduate, they have their 1-year internship program. But as I've shown you, that 1 year now distributed into summer program, no more 1 year. So there are 33% of them are leaders and really committed, and 29% are connected and active as an alumni, and only 38% are decided to have their individual way of life, not yet registered as alumni. So far, that's the product. And also, there is a systematic way of addressing each batch so that there is a communication where they can, be connected. So anyway, what are the things that we go beyond is actually train them to go beyond just finishing their college, but for them to go in reaching out to international programs. That's why this one in Korea, where they attended this international leadership course, 2 years plus 1 year internship course. So in some way, additional part, which I've shown you in my presentations in the second slides, that we also had this extension services program that IPLC is reaching out to contribute to the community. And what is this? This is a martial arts called Tong Ilmudo. Premier martial arts tradition, raising young people to become filial patriots for the nation, promoting world peace through universal principles. This is not simply martial arts, because the focus is for us to really make those students realize their values, awaken their dignity, that they have the potentials to be what they want to be. So that's actually the kind of pedagogical innovative of our extension services for the out of school youth and adult alike. That's why the government, the Commission on Higher Education, grant us, approve, recommend this 120 days program for out of school youth in 3 series. That means they need to have that kind of program that will really make the out of school youth become productive citizens. Many of them involved in drugs, in many vices, etc. They become the ills of our society. So nobody cares for them. So I don't know if this is the same case in Indonesia or Malaysia and other, but I think it's the same. So that's part of our focus. This is one of my second PhD actually, PhD in Peace and Security Administration, and I already write this and put this into international journal, which I presented already, which is the focus is on the training, development, and education. An internship experience, mentoring, and service learning provided by this program significantly reduces risky behaviors and character. And those participants in the program, after 1 year, reform. So if you look at the what is mean by this is a zero to hero program. Why zero to hero? Zero means stand by out of school year. Don't think of something. They just want to enjoy. They don't have the vision of their life. So once they become part of this program, we try to collaborate in partnership with stakeholders, especially our college and other institutions, to help raise up, train, reform these students. So the vision is 10,000 patriotic youth leaders for nation and the world. They become hero in their own right. So what kind of educations that we give is this is we call it strategic balance education and training. As you know, a human being has a mind and body. So the first thing and foremost is not to teach them the technique immediately, but we teach them by cultivating the heart of the person, by realizing that he has the value. So we need to teach them how to live for the sake of others. That's just foundations. Then secondly, we need to teach them the education of norms, how they behave, the kind of relationship, the value of relationship, you know? And then after that, the education for mastery, what they want to be, what type of education they need to improve, the skills they have. Many of them actually did not even finish high school. So we arranged them to finish their high school through a special program of our government, and many of them finished high school with a special program. That's the part of the mind, you know, the pillars, you know, like putting up the building. Most important in the building is the pillar, not the beam. The pillar. The strength of the pillar will determine the strength of the building. So the body is considered like the pillars. So if you put the beam and the pillars together, a very strong building that will sustain any type of earthquake. So anyway, in the area of training the body in this program, we just teach the basic. We didn't teach immediately a kind of complicated martial arts, just the basic, like even breathing, how to control your breathing, you know, inhale, exhale, something like that. And then by step, how to strengthen the muscles, this kind of fundamental. And then in the growth stage, we try to combine basic skills, etc., and then to the level that they can learn the aspects of martial arts. So that's how and then because, you know, I learned in my experience as a martial artist, I realized that you can train person in 1 month or even in short period, technically, but what kind of person he will become. That's actually things that is something that's worry actually me. We train the person to become skillful and become monster later. So the most important in martial arts is to teach the person the character. Because once you teach the person to develop his character, techniques follows. there's no problem with that technique. It depends on the person's ability. That's how I realized. So this is the kind of program that approved by the government that we implement. It was stopped only last year because of the pandemic, but we continue online, and there's no problem. We are having our program online, and etc. It is not something similar with a face-to-face. There's a big difference, but still the spirit, of course, is much different. But we continue the kind of standard, same thing. So, by the way, before the pandemic, these are the first batch, as you see in the picture. And then we send them for internship after 120 days. And then the graduates are 82 from different provinces throughout the Philippines. And then the second batch, and then we send them for internship, and then the graduates are 120. For the third batch, 120 days, and then after that, we train them and give them the chance to go outside internship, and they finish 89 of them. The turnover rate is around 70%. The 30% give up for many reasons, actually, usually 70 to 80%. So those, we also put something that qualify some of those graduates to go for a special 40 days training to become, to be sent to all other nations that request us to send, okay, in Asia Pacific region. So even one of the Ministry of Sports from Fiji came because I sent three instructors to Fiji, and then the Ministry of Sports and Education Fiji was so surprised how our program was really developed, and he came and witnessed, and now I have a very strong foundation of Tungil Mudu in Fiji. So this is the fifth batch, 92. So these are the simple testimony I only pick up. One is very topical. He said that before joining this program, I used to be one of those youth who used drugs. I dropped out of school and didn't see any hope in myself and my life, and I just lost track of the future. But thanks to this program, through the training and education we received, little by little, I was able to gain more insight in who I am and who I should really become, and I found something more meaningful and productive to engage myself in. Wow, that's one testimony, which is actually, I only pick up one. Another one is a typical type. He said that because of my physical limitations, yes, many of them actually don't have that kind of physical skills. I never thought that I would be part of this martial arts program, but with the help of our sincere and dedicated instructors who always guided us, I was able to endure and surpass challenges brought by the trainings. I was so moved and inspired by our internship because I was able to feel that I could make a difference in other youth lives. I was able to make more friends and witness how the other youth like me begin to see hope in their life because of my help as their instructor in martial arts. That's another typical. Another one is, this is something that I think everybody can relate to. Said that I was a stubborn child and never listened to my parents. This program strongly emphasizes on obedience, discipline, and respect. And these were the values I was able to develop through the training and education taught to us here. So imagine, these are just simple testimony that I can provide you an example. And the graduates from 2008, and we started actually December of 2016. So we started our one-year program 2017. So our graduates started 2008 and up to last year before the pandemic. So we already raised this kind of students, total of 4,000 plus students. So in some way, these things that I would like to share with you, a short video clip for you to see the type of graduates of this program. Please enjoy, and I'll continue after this. Okay, so this is the program that graduates of 120 days will always present their output during their graduation. So now, moving on, this is a program that we call it 1 year graduates of Tungilmudo Martial Arts Training and Peace Studies. This is our 1 year program actually. So 1 year program offered by IPLC. So this the 5 sitting there, actually I sent them to Fiji. Now it's now part or almost of the program of the Ministry of Education there. One school even adopted our system. So actually, I've been sending a lot of instructors, not only in Asia Pacific, but even in other areas in Africa, even in Korea, and in Japan, even if they are advanced countries, but they are asking, you know. So anyway, we participate in annual. We have this almost annual championship in Mombasa, Kenya, and we always almost had to get many of the prize in gold. So anyway, this is things that I would like to share with you. And the point is the mission of International Peace Leadership College in nation building is to create a model for the education of humanity. For that, I would like to conclude these presentations, and I hope that you find something valuable in how we address integrating those peace education in our programs in the higher education, tertiary education, and reaching out in our extension services, serving this out of school youth. And this journal has been published in the international journal, this peace education in the college, and also published in the international journal in the the extension services of the Tungilmudo, which I am one of the author here. So for that, thank you so much, and I am ready for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Venice. It's a great presentations, and I think it's very detailed, and it was a nice program that you have been sharing to us. And to the participant, if you got any questions, you may write your question in the chat box or just raise your hand. And now we are moving on to Q&A sessions. We already got one questions to Dr. Venice. Good morning, doctor. The question is, how and what is the best way for the teacher or trainer to teach leadership to the youth if we can see the student frequently? Okay, that is the question. Please, doctor.
Thank you so much. I think I have the advantage why I can say much that there's not so much problem, because before the pandemic, we had that kind of training during the face-to-face on how to handle leadership. But now it's online. How we handle, so we have this program, I have this program specifically for these leaders of martial arts that I hold every month. And all of them will participate, and I gave some sort of lecture, and not much on the lecture, but listening to the best practices of their area, how they execute the kind of program in their way of teaching, because there's no face-to-face, but you can still teach individually or your neighbors or, in some area. But even some of our provinces here are open. They can have a lot of students, And that's how the best practices that usually I ask them to present during the monthly meeting. Now, on the area of maybe perhaps on how we can reach out those students in the college, perhaps that's another way. How? Well, we have this, we call it department in the college, we call it leadership and character development department. So they are making some sort of a schedule to reach out first the leader, and then the leader of that batch try to reach out, create programs in their own level, and they make some progress report, the difficulty, the challenges. So we're trying to address those based on that feedback. So that's my. I hope I answered that question so far.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Venus. And we also have another questions. Good morning, doctor. We can have a virtual meeting frequently due to the technological issues. So as a result, we as a teacher employ asynchronous learning. But the asynchronous learning is not as good as the virtual meeting. So according to you, how do we design an appropriate asynchronous learning so that the quality of the learning process is as good as the virtual meeting? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very good questions, and that's real. And I will cite an example in me as a teacher. I have actually experienced of difficulty, realistically, I think everybody understand, of how we can measure the accomplishment of the student through the asynchronous program. What I did personally, actually, is to first schedule them in the beginning, those asynchronous, meeting them through online. I asked them, let's meet, go a place where you have connections. So we sit like that, and then I provide them the orientations and everything, and then send them the kind of modules that they need to, what do you call this? They need to accomplish certain situations, and then they will send to me as I send them the questions, simple questions, a feedback, and they will send to me any time that they had the connection. So that's how I do actually to measure how they accomplish certain parts of the modules, because it's impossible for you to measure actually. The only way is to send them the kind of questions, feedback, for you to have the feedback whether there is the level. At the same time, the type of especially during exam, you don't know whether what they do, But I give more value on the feedback that they give in real time. Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's a great answer from Dr. Venus. And we also still have one more question to Dr. Venus. Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
My student, it seems that they lose their courage and motivation because they just stay at home without going somewhere. How do you encourage your students so that they can do more physical activities and not only stay at home?
Wow, that's a good question. Well, as I told you, since our students, they have their course in martial arts. So that's quite different perhaps to other schools. So anyway, we have some few problems, of course. I'm not saying, I'm not denying. There are some problems that students become naughty. I mentioned that a while ago in my presentations. Naughty means you cannot reach them, even though it's asynchronous, but sometimes you can see only the that their name is there, but they are not opening their camera. So you don't know whether they are listening or not. But sometimes I challenge them, open your camera. I have something to tell you. I will not open this if you're not opening your camera. Something like that. So you need to be innovative, Sometimes I offer song, Sometimes I ask students to sing. There must be some kind of, you should not just be teach them on the area of academic, but sometimes you mix some kind of programs that they will enjoy. Millennials are fond of things that they like, TikTok, etc. Sometimes I ask someone, can you show some of your TikTok for today? Okay, something like that. So they just like information. So in that way, actually, the dynamism of teaching your subject is something more meaningful and more. I think it's really a creativity on the part of the teacher. Sometimes I teach martial arts during the class for 3 minutes, something like that. So anyway, I ask questions. So I give them the kind of answers, if they have some further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And we still have one more questions. According to you, what is the best strategy to teach the online classes, particularly when we teach physical activity?
Oh, yes. There are two approaches I made. Usually, first is one is I show video, and they need to learn from there. So that's, we call it the theoretical learning. And then secondly is I ask them to one person to show some of kind of best practices, how he was able to get the answer and become more meaning he was able to gain more knowledge or understanding. So because I can see the result based on the feedback, so based on that, the point of dynamism on the part of the students increases. So again, it is something that the teacher must be creative in this virtual classes. Actually, no doubt it's a challenging part. To tell you frankly, there's so much, even though we teach values, but when they are there, the values sometimes influenced by environment, because they are no longer in here. They're not living here. At my back, that's a dormitory. So they are already in their house, in their own comfort. But in some way, they're still embedded in them once you are sincere and you are serious to reach them. Sometimes send them text in the group chat, I send them inspirational message every day. Send them a short message, sorts of encouragement every day to all my students. So that's how I did actually. And there are some feedbacks from them. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for the inspiration. We appreciate. You see? So it's important. Communication, constant communication is important as a teacher. There's no secret. It is actually the teacher's creative way how to make the students feel belong.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Venice. I think it's been clear enough for the answer. And unfortunately, we already reached the end of the sessions. So there are still some questions, but unfortunately, we cannot read them all. So thank you so much, Dr. Venus, for joining us in this seminar. Hopefully, we can see each other in Philippines, practicing the martial arts, hopefully, and hopefully more students will join the colleague and do the program. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining this international seminar. Now we are in the end of the second plenary sessions, and now we are moving on to the next session. It's plenary session 3 with another speaker. But before that, I'm going to remind you that we have to stay healthy and keep the health protocol, and don't forget, eat something very, very healthy for us. Thank you. Last for me, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Fuad Arifuddin. Well, thank you very much for Mr. Fuad Arifuddin Abimario for being a great keynote speakers for today's plenary session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to plenary session 3 and also plenary session 4 that will be delivered by our keynote speakers, Dr. Emi Kim, the lecturer of Griffith University, Australia, and also Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia. So this session will be moderated by Rana Hairunisa, SPD. Please welcome Rana Hairunisa, SPD. The time is yours.
All right, thank you for MC in giving me this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's your life? Yeah, hopefully you all are fine today. So today we come to the plenary session 3. And before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Rana Hairunisa and I will be serving as your moderator today. In this session, we have a great speaker. Her name is Dr. Emi Kim. Dr. Emi Kim is a lecturer in social diversity and indigenous education in the School of Education and Professional Studies, Griffith University, Queensland. Dr. Kim has over 10 years of curriculum and education program development and teacher training experience. She has been collaborating individuals and organizations from different regions around the globe, including Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, South Korea, the Philippines, USA, and UK. During her academic career, Dr. Kim has undertaken contracted research projects awarded by granting bodies in Canada, including the First Nation Education Council and the Social Science and Humanities Research Council and Government of Canada. Her research expertise includes global citizenship education, education policy, curriculum and instructions, critical transdisciplinary collaboration for education program development, indigenous settler relation, and allyship education. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite our great speaker today, I will remind you about the sequence of this session. The first is we have a presentation. So the presentation from the speaker around 45 minutes. And then after that, we have a questions and answer session around 15 minutes. So for you, can ask the questions to the column chat of the Zoom, or you can directly ask the questions by turning on your microphone or your camera. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Dr. Angie Ami Kim, who will be present her presentation entitled Global Citizenship Education in the Learning Economy. For Dr. Angie Ami Kim, the time is yours.
Thank you so much for the very warm introduction and welcome. Can you all hear me? If you could actually use the chat box, if you could hear me, can you just put something, somebody?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you? Okay.
I can hear you. Wow.
All right, that's awesome. Okay, so I will share my screen here. 1 second. I assume you can see the screen too?
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So as explained already, my topic today is on global citizenship education in the learning economy. So before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which of the 5 Griffith University campuses are located, the Yagarabal, Yugera, Jagara, Turnbull, Ugambe, and Kombumerri people. And here in Australia, as well as in Canada, and actually it's becoming a world practice to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land. I'm also acknowledge that I'm actually learning in these places and really grateful for working alongside with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people here in Australia. With that, I also wanted to acknowledge the indigenous people in Indonesia. I've learned that there are almost 70 millions of indigenous peoples in that region. So I also would like to acknowledge the indigenous people in Indonesia as well. So a little bit of roadmap today. I would like to briefly introduce the current GCED. That's basically an acronym for Global Citizenship Education. It's very competence-based, so just a little bit brief introduction of the old way. And as the theme of the conference seminar today is pedagogical innovation in education. So I put forth the innovative approach to global citizenship education in learning economy. It's something called curriculum as relation. You see the model in the left, which I will be talking about it in this presentation. And I also argue in this presentation, we're no longer in knowledge economy or knowledge-based economy. We are in the era of learning economy. So I talk about what the learning economy actually means for educators. And I talk about 3 elements of curriculum relations, specifically talking about what I call as pedagogical approach called authentic critical transcal encounters, which is specifically focusing on storytelling as a pedagogy. So when I was asked to give a talk here, the theme that I was given was pedagogical innovations in education, and I really applaud the organizer to choose that topic. So basically, when you mean by pedagogical innovation education, often is that educators, we know what they mean. But when I actually look at the Latin etymology of what pedagogy means, innovation means, and education means, the definition of it together basically means novel changes, new things introduced in teaching of children, involving systematic schooling and training for work. Here, I want us to focus on the terms, especially systemic and work. Whether we like it or not, we're now living in the globalized world. Well, hence why we're all connecting in this digital format. I'm here in Australia and you are in Indonesia. We are really living in this globally connected world. So when we think of pedagogical innovation in education, we now need a transdisciplinary approach. So pedagogical innovation education involves multiple actors, as you can see here. Community, right? Local community. It may involve students themselves, parents and carers, and the state government, right? Ministry of Education and other school boards and such. And also other NGOs or other, informal learning center and so forth. So other stakeholders are involved. Also, we cannot be naive about the fact that our education system is globally linked with the market due to the effect of neoliberalism and capitalism and globalization. So when we are thinking of pedagogical innovation in education, we need a transdisciplinary and systemic thinking. And more importantly, we now need to think that we need to have an understanding of locality, that local and global are now interconnected. Also, we need to think of disruptive events as norm. I've heard the news about the COVID situation in Indonesia, and then I feel my heart is heavy. And I know that we are thinking about teaching, and when you're thinking about teaching, it's actually really very interconnected with people's livelihood. And I cannot imagine what you're going through. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I don't know how I heard that there's fears of Eid celebration and so forth. I just hope that you guys are still having the positive spirits. So COVID-19 is part of disruptive events, right? And also, when COVID-19 happened, I was going to play the video, but I'm mindful of time, so I'll just basically mention about what she said. So in this video, Audrey Azoulay, she's the UNESCO Director General. She basically mentioned in response to COVID-19, she mentioned that we are now in the new age of learning where the scale of challenges demands that we need to act urgently and work together. So COVID-19 pandemic was a reminder of the importance of this increasing connectivity and the accelerated rate of changes and disruptive events in our era. And COVID-19 was not the only factor that reminds us about the global connectivity as well as the impacts of disruptive events. How about climate change? Right? Climate change was happening a long time, and then the leaders from OECD countries and G7 forums, they've been happening for decades and decades. So we are now living in a globally connected world that we are dealing with many of social scientific issues together as one, as a global community. So there has been reshift on global citizenship education when Ban Ki-moon, UN Secretary General from 2007 and 2016, basically mentioned that education gives us a profound understanding that we are tied together as citizens of global community and that our challenges are interconnected. Just like what we've seen in COVID-19 outbreaks as well as climate change. So there has been huge push towards the global citizenship education. So what is GCED? From now on, I'm just going to use a terminology GCED to refer to global citizenship education. So there is no universal definition or conceptualization of what GCED. There's so many versions of GCED curriculum program exist globally. But they're similar in that they seek to articulate and teach moral and economic and civil imperative. So, for example, with respect to the moral imperative, it is argued that GCED can help prepare future citizens to live harmoniously in a globalized world consisting of multicultural communities. In that sense, GCED fosters values including respect for diversity, solidarity, and a shared sense of humanity. Second, with regards to economic imperative, GCED prepares future citizens to thrive in a changing labor market. In this light, stemming from intercultural understanding, along with critical reflection on the set of technology, become very important aspect of global competence. Finally, concerning the civic imperative, GCED prepares future citizens to participate in and contribute to the community at a range of levels from the local to global. So in this light, GCED promotes an understanding as well as acting on local issues in a global context, integrated with global drivers for responsibilities such as Universal Declaration of Human Rights that's coming from UN. And you see the photos here. Maybe you might have heard of this, or you might be familiar with this, the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's the cases in Indonesia too. I've heard that there's multiple curriculum renewals happening in Indonesia, and if I am correct, the most recent curriculum was 2013 curriculum. So this is actually an article published by Professor Dr. Dean Wahudin and Andy Twitter. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
We still can hear you.
Was there a question? Sorry, I'm hearing something.
It's merciful for interrupting you. No problem. Just go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So with the 2013 curriculum in Indonesia, there's cross-cultural education and as well as global citizenship education component to it. So basically, so in this article,
Okay, sorry for interrupting. For the other participants, you can turn off your microphone first. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Angie, you can continue.
Yeah. So basically, this article mentioned that in Indonesia's context, more systematic attempt is needed for the advancement of citizenship education. So it's not only global discourse emphasis. I hear that there's also Indonesia has been putting many efforts to the global citizenship education. So hopefully global citizenship education is not a new term for you. And I'm pretty sure some of you are more, have more understanding on the actual curricular situation in Indonesia. And I would love to hear about it at the end of our conversation today. So before we go to innovative approach to GCD, let's look at the old way, the current past way. In order to do that, I want us to focus on OECD's document. It's called Preparing Our Youth for an Inclusive and Sustainable World, the OECD PISA Global Competence Framework. So PISA, basically this is PISA's document, right? PISA defines global competence as a multi-dimensional capacity involving cognitive, social, emotional, and behavioral knowledge and skills. So as you can see in the photo here, there are 4 different dimensions of OECD's global competency. First, examine local, global, and intercultural issues. Second, understand and appreciate the perspectives and the world views of others. Third, engage in open and appropriate and effective interactions across cultures. Fourth, take actions for collective well-being and sustainable development. So when they put out this framework, they put out the assessment tool called PISA Cognitive Test for Global Understanding. So I want us to actually take one example of that assessment. So this is actually what assessment that's put out by PISA for global competence. As you can see, the topic is refugee Olympians. It's actually a story of refugee Olympian named Felix, who fled his homeland, has been living as a refugee in another country. So students are given this scenario. So background knowledge was provided, and then they're all given the same information. And then the scenario is now categorized in certain domains, such as institutions, conflicts, and human rights, and with the subdomain of human rights and local transition. So as you can see, their students are given exact same stories, but there's also learning objective that's put forth by OECD. Once that's done, students are actually asked to fill out some sort of survey questionnaire, but that's all yes and no. So as you can see, it's to evaluate, and students are supposed to correctly identifying which source, and then the correct answer for this item is yes, no, yes. So credit is only assigned if students get all 3 correct. So as you can see, it's a very standardized, very ends mean orientation of the curriculum. So this is actually the criteria, like marking criteria or rubrics, you say. So students get full credit if they do this, partial credit if they do this. So this is one of the examples from the assessment tool, the old way. here, I want us to reflect. I mean, these types of curriculum program will actually meet these four main goals of global competency. Do they actually give learners an opportunity to examine local and global intercultural issues, or build values and knowledges and skills and attitude towards understanding one another and live in a harmonious way? I argue that this does not actually serve the purpose of GCD. This follows the old visions of global competence. So first, it actually involves the global competence as ends means technical evaluation orientation. So it's following curriculum theorist Ralph Tyler. Basically, Ralph Tyler mentioned that curriculum should be based upon authority found in subject matters. So it emphasizes efficiency, effectiveness, predictability, certainty in the service of control, right? So following that, this type of, Tylerian approach, we call it GCD, stakeholders in multilateral organization participating in imagining the global as utopic side of transgressive intermixture, hybridity, and multiplicity, attempting to reach the vision of the global community. Curriculum producers then select specific goals, followed by specific learning topic and objective, what we just see in the case scenario prior. Then teachers then select pedagogical approaches and series of experience for learners to develop global competency as conceptualized in GCED curricula. And basically, such curricula doesn't work because it always puts local as in classroom and global as something very outside abstract. So students don't actually understand what the global community means. It just becomes very contextualized and abstract, place-less place. So, all that to say, the old GCED approach is currently not working. Why? GCD is viewed something that can be delivered in a closed system where in global local interactions are bounded by geographic borders in a casual manner. So old curriculum offers pedagogies and activity that examine global and local issues, such as in the cause and effect transaction. So you might actually hear, how would this local action impact global issues? For example, if we do recycle plastic, how would that impact global climate change? You might hear that a lot. Or global issues impact local action. We have climate issues happening here. How is it going to impact in our local community? But this offers very linear instrumental approach, competence-based program. So GCED then operates within abstract and decontextualized understanding of what global community entails. Then why is that problematic? Because teachers and students are confined in their own classroom to offer actions that could be maybe feasibly executed in the local surroundings, but doesn't really do anything for global community. So you might have heard of this popular slogan, like think globally, act locally. And it's actually the old slogan that's perpetuated within the GCED curricula. And as a lecturer and a researcher in the field, I see a global paradox in these GCED curricula and frameworks because while it encourages all of us to think what unites us, it also fragments us by incitation to focus our political practice on which each of our immediate local surroundings. So basically, this conceptualizations, why it asks teachers and students to think about the impacts of their action globally and examine the issues critically in their classroom. But the activities and pedagogies do not necessarily require actual encounters with other communities. So for these reasons, the older GCED has been criticized as being an empty term and a superficial gesture that is just used by stakeholders for local agenda rather than fostering actual global-oriented citizens. So what now? What's the new innovative approach to GCA? So here I then argue for curriculum as relations. So curriculum as relations is a curricular view for GCED that meets the current reality of this world of increasing complexity, uncertainty, and precarity. So, overall aim of curriculum as relation is to provide authentic relationship-based learning opportunities involving actual encounters between locals rather than following the popular slogan, think globally and act local. So let's take a look at a little bit of each element. So first, GCED through curriculum as relations acknowledge the need to reform the conceptualization of learning in the era of learning economy. What is learning economy? I will talk about it briefly. So beyond learning by doing or learning by listening, GCED through curriculum as relations focus on providing opportunities to develop, interacting. So that's why they develop know-who through words and skill set, knowledge that enables citizens to identify different stakeholders and actors in their experience. So that's the first one. Second, in the view of GCED through curriculum as relations, disruptive events such as COVID-19 is considered as the norm. So therefore, and third, therefore we actually need to meet one another to have actual conversation. That's the real goal of GCED. So the core elements of learning involves unlearning through critical reflexivity. And again, like I mentioned, curriculum as relation focuses on providing authentic critical translocal encounter. I know I talked about a lot of stuff. I'm going to revisit each element throughout the presentation. So let's just start from this. So we are probably you might have heard that our global community economy is knowledge-based economy. Knowledge-based economy is basically the assumption that a lot of this old and current GCED discourse assume that we are in. Knowledge-based economy is driven by neoliberalism, whereby individual competency is evaluated as a commodity for success. So what we've just seen in the PISA, everything has to be evaluated. Everyone has to prove that they've understood everything. Very standardized. So exploring the influence of neoliberalism and capitalism on curriculum is beyond my focus here, but it's something as an educator, I think you should be very critical about the impacts of these neoliberal capitalism in your own country and in your schools. But here, I would like to focus on our current era, conceived of as a learning economy. So in 1994, so when was 1994? It was almost 3 decades ago, right? 20-something years ago, or 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. So this is the economist Ann Carter. She already predicted 30 years ago that the main function of most non-production worker is to introduce or cope with change. So focused on this rate of accelerated changes in our current reality, Lundvall suggests that we are no longer in a knowledge-based economy. We are in the era of a learning economy where the success of individuals, firms, regions, and countries reflect, more than anything else, their ability to learn. So to better distinguish about what is learning economy, what is the knowledge economy, I would like to share my family history to you. So this is my grandmother. She lived in what I call as pre-knowledge economy. This is my mother, knowledge-based economy. And this is me. I hope that I look the same, maybe a little bit of filters there. I also wanted to acknowledge that why I'm here speaking to you is because my grandmother, my mother's hard labor. I'm the first PhD graduate of my family and first female professors, academic in my family. As a woman, my grandmother, my mother, and I, we have provided labor work to the society in different ways because we all lived in society driven by different economic models and different global connectivity. So without further ado, I'm going to start. So this is my grandmother. Her name is Youngrat Park. She was born in the 1920s and grew up in a very small village in South Korea. She did not attend any formal school. That was not the culture back then. Women are not allowed to, or they just didn't send girls to school. So my grandmother grew up helping her mother, my great grandmother, farming, cooking, and doing house chores. So when she moved to a city, then she worked as a production worker, offered her labor in a bakery, worked in a small garden, and sold products in farmers market. So my grandmother's competency as a worker came directly from direct experience in the field. But things have changed. So in the 1960s, with the rise of new science-based industries, professional services, and other information-rich industries, many societies shifted toward knowledge-based economy, or another name for it is knowledge economy for short form. So the shift towards a knowledge-based economy required more skilled worker with specific expertise and then fewer general laborers. So in turn, workers actually needed to show their competence in 3 different types of knowledge for the production process. First, know what? That's knowledge about facts. Second, know why? That is scientific knowledge of principles. Third is know how, actual skills. So let's look at my mother's case. Her name is Hwasuk Yu, and her English name is Grace. So my mother, who was born in the 1950s, attended a formal schooling. She went to school, and then later she went to a professional college to become a nurse. So in college, she had to go through a curriculum specifically designed for her to develop the know what, know why, and know how to work as a nurse. So when she became a nurse, she continued to gain additional professional development courses, and some of you are doing it now, right? And experiences. So while offering new suggestions for hospital services and training for new nurses. So when living and working in a knowledge-based economy, knowledge is regarded as an asset for workers and a normal commodity for industries, whereby such knowledge can be both as an input, like another name for input is competence, and output, innovation. So in the late 1990s and early 2000s, faced with a shortage of health professionals, some provinces in Canada launched the recruitment of internationally educated nurses. So my mom proved the Canadian government that she had developed this knowledge base as a nurse. So then my mother immigrated to Canada through this international nurse recruiting program. So things have changed again. We're no longer in knowledge-based economy anymore. Now we are in the era of a learning economy, like I mentioned, borrowed by Encart and other economists' suggestion, right? Why? First, we are witnessing a growing cost of change and acceleration in the rate of change. Things are changing so fast and so much. Why? Because it's driven by the rapid development and diffusion of digital technology and globalization. So learning economy requires workers with competence that combines a complex knowledge base and a highly developed and rapid changing specialization. So what does that mean in terms of pedagogy and education? So to thrive in the learning economy with its constantly fast rate of change, individuals need to have the ability to unlearn and adapt to changes. So for the unlearning process, critical reflexivity on previous experience becomes an important competence. So to work with a constant fast rate of change in the learning economy, individuals need to ask reflective questions about their lessons from previous tasks. So for example, what did I learn from previous experience? What do I need to unlearn for the next phase of change? Because change is always coming. And identify needs for the new task and new context. So questions like, what further knowledge do I need? And locate experts where do I locate experts for new knowledge and ways to communicate with experts from different disciplines? Who should I reach out to obtain new technology and knowledge I need? So unlearning through critical reflexivity leads to the development of know-who, which is considered the most important aspect in learning economy, right? So far, we talked about know what, know how, know why. we now need to focus on know who. So what is know who? So know who involves information about who knows what and who knows how to do that. So this information can only be accessed through the formation of special social relationships with the expertise involved that makes it possible to access to and use their knowledge efficiently. So in other words, to identify actors and experts and to build relationships. And this kind of process goes beyond the conventional learning by doing and learning by using tools or learning by listening. It requires what we call learning by interacting. So learning by interacting provides students diverse experiences of relationship formation and communication through translocal and transdisciplinary encounters. I will go back to what I mean by translocal and transdisciplinary. So the ends-meet orientation of curriculum that we've seen in PISA, focusing on the competence of individual learner, may not be so sufficient for the curriculum in a learning economy. It's an old way. Now we need a new curriculum while we focus on know who through learning by interacting. So as I mentioned, we are now in learning economy. If not, some countries might be in between transition phase. So now that we're in learning economy, so what is the new way of global citizenship education? This is a curriculum as relations. I mentioned it in the beginning. Curriculum as relation has three focus: development of know who and critical reflexivity, which I just went over, right? In the learning economy, we need both too. So I wanted to think about the word competence because we talk about competence a lot, right? In terms of economic and globalization. So when you actually look into Latin etymology, where the word competence actually comes from, it actually means to stick together or to be able to venture forth together. So the word competence actually doesn't mean the individual's ability to do something. It's not really about input of producing something. The word actually means it's really about the process of open dialogue between diverse actors within a particular situation. So the notion of togetherness is central in competence, the original meaning of it. So with that, I wanted to focus on authentic critical translocal encounters, because our notion of competency is actually about togetherness, right? So how I use authentic critical local learning, it looks like a lot of jargon, so let's unpack that a little bit. So what do I mean by authentic? First, the term authentic involves emotional engagement through building relationship. Without building a relationship, students are not going to engage emotionally. And why do we need emotional engagement? You know better. You're all teachers. If students their hearts are not turned on, the knowledge doesn't actually sit there. They need to be engaged first in order to learn better, right? So that's actually, in order to do that, you need to build relationship, whether it be with your community members, whether it be teachers. That's why we always strive for having a better community school interaction. We strive for creating a safe environment, all students. That's the reason why, right? The second, authentic refers to emotional engagement and the commitment to ethics and responsibility that comes with critical translocal learning. So how do we do that? How do we create that emotional learning, emotional engagement through building relationship? So here I focus on storytelling as a pedagogy. So storytelling as a pedagogy actually focuses on both collective identity, community's identity, and individual identity. So give you some of the case scenario, I wanted to focus on Stop Asian Hate. So maybe not so much in Indonesia, but a lot of Asian diaspora community in North America and Australia and European country, we are actually facing a rise of anti-racism due to COVID-19 because there's now stigma against it. So a lot of people are now sharing their stories on Instagram. And I think our previous planetary speaker talked about TikTok. That's another platform that students are using, right? So let's actually look at what's happening. 1 second, I would like to share oh, sorry about that. How do I share? Okay. How do I share? Okay, here you go. Once again. Okay, share. Can you all see this? There's a little news article. And then if you cannot hear the sound, please put it on the chat box so I understand.
People of Asian descent in this country and a growing cry to stop the hate. In cities across the country this weekend, from New York to Denver to Alhambra, California, and to Atlanta, vigils and rallies to remember the victims of
Sorry,
last
Dr.
week's
Angie, we have not seen your video here.
The video is not working?
Yes, not
It's
yet.
working? Okay. I'm gonna put videos here. Can you share? If not, it's okay. If there's no video, I put a video link there. You can watch it later. Yeah, so I can just briefly just tell you what this is about. It's actually news coming from, 1 second, I'm gonna just share. So it's actually news telling about what's happening in North America. So there was maybe you might have heard it already. There was a 6-woman, Asian woman got killed by this gunman who actively just went for Asian nail salons and massage parlor. And then as a result, the 6 Asian women were killed. And coupled with racism that a lot of Asian people faced already, kind of fueled fire on this Asian diaspora community in North America. So there were lots of protests to stop Asian hate protests. But for me, how it actually fueled is because people were sharing their stories online. So as you can see, some of this is Instagram. So when you just put hashtag stop Asian hate, people write their opinion and experiences and they share in all different language, English, French, and different messages. So this is actually, if I am correct, I think this was Twitter. I don't know, maybe it may have been Instagram or Twitter. I think, one of two. So as you can see, we're now living in an era when we go online and simply type hashtag, we could be actually connected with all this different information, different stories, transnational conversation, right? Internationally, it's just so easily accessible on this shared experiences on, Asian hate. And once shared in this global space, right? This digital platform is basically global space where everyone shares information and stories. And once that's done, and the people actually get the emotional engagement, and then they go out into local land and they actually start doing something about it, whether it be protesting, whether it be writing, creating a support group for one another. So it's that kind of global citizenship education, local and global. It's kind of interconnected, but it's so easily accessible by, specific situations such as Stop Asian Hate or COVID-19. And then, of course, it engages people's heart and emotional engagement. And that's actually a very important aspect of global citizenship education, the solidarity of it. And UNESCO mentioned about that a lot. So another example, I think I already showed that to you. With COVID-19, as I already mentioned, so rising numbers of racially motivated attacks and racist incidents towards Asians are being reported in many white settler nations, including Australia and Canada and the United States. And I'm actually part of the collective called Asian Australian Alliances, and we hosted Stop Asian Hate Vigils, and we're doing national surveys on COVID-19 related racism. If you are interested in it, I can share it later. So anyway, even though this Australia, Canada, and United States, and some of the Indonesian women were actually made it to US news for being part of this Stop Asian Hate Vigils. So even though we are all located in different areas, many global Asian diaspora communities in these countries are experiencing similar trends of discrimination or driven or accentuated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as we've seen already, Asia diaspora community use digital platform to engage in storytelling. So we're doing webinars now. There are so many webinars now because of COVID-19, and social media, great resources, can be dangerous, but great resources for sharing the information and stories. So various stories and views on COVID-19 pandemic-related racism incidents have been shared and cross-referenced in the global memory space of victimhood. So this digital global memory space played a role as a catalyst for global solidarity and led to movements such as I'm not a virus, hate is a virus, take out the hate, and now we see the Stop Asian Hate. So individuals used this hashtag as they share their stories and experiences relating to COVID-19 pandemic-related stigma. And this partial story, their individual stories, then become a collective voice, right? And these global digital movements did not occur like via top-down approach. Ministry of Education didn't go like, oh, you share your stories with hashtag. It didn't happen like that. This initiative actually really started and was suggested by an international, it didn't happen. It didn't suggested by global multilateral organization. It was actually the product of actual transnational and translocal encounters of people learning from each other through storytelling. But not all storytelling as a process results in positive emotional engagement or positive relationship. We all know this. Digital bullying, online bullying, we all know about this. And sometimes destructive storytelling results in intensifying social cleavage and mistrust and perpetuating structural violence. So social media storytelling can be actually pretty destructive. So as a teacher, as an educator or curriculum writer, guiding constructive storytelling is really, really important. And how can we do that? And that's where I go back to the translocal learning. So you might hear transdisciplinary, translocal, transnational a lot. But what do we mean by that, right? And we are almost done, so hang in there. I know I'm talking a lot. I wish I had videos to show you, but videos don't work for some reason. Sorry about that. So trends requires creativity, moving beyond and thinking through what works best for articulating moments. So trends actually means word beyond, rather than if you talk about interdisciplinary means like in between. Trends means that we're thinking beyond, so it actually requires creativity. Local, how I use it is that as a network and community of people, idea, and experiences stemming from the same or similar discursive practice, what we've just seen in COVID-19 hashtags, right? Then translocality is then viewed as the networks of people and idea and created by engaging in communication and reflection together. In a way, you and I on this digital platform is basically translocality. We are the networks of people. And then you have different ideas. I have different ideas. But we are created by this engaging in communication supported by this webinar, and we're reflecting together on education, right? So we are translocality. That's what's happening here now. So before I go to critical, I wanted to talk about learning. So here learning involves a change in context of meaning and purpose for the individual and affect his or her existing knowledge. Remember, we are in a learning economy, so unlearning is very, very important. So it's really about a realization of incompleteness or wrongness of one's previous approach to things in order to make room for a new way of seeing. Therefore, learning for authentic critical translocal learning is about learning to learn, where criticality is a key foundation. So how I use critique, maybe you might have heard of French philosopher Michel Foucault. It's stemming from Foucault's idea. So rather than critiquing others, you did something wrong, you did this right. Rather than that, criticality here actually respects the relationship that goes into forming ideas. So building relationship allows for a critical process of uncovering the assumption, unchallenged modes of thoughts, and practice at different levels from self to the community. And here I actually wanted to show you a case study done by here in Australia, how actually GCED through authentic critical translocal learning happens. But seems like today's not my digital day or our digital day. So I will share the link with the on the chat at your convenient time. It's just 3 minutes video. You could take a look at how some of the educators here in Australia are engaging in GCED. Finally, I'm actually part of the UNESCO project on practical guide on whole school approach to GCED for teachers and school leaders. We are actually currently working with Bhutan, Vietnam, and the Philippines case studies. So what whole school approach is, instead of teacher as only the knowledge facilitator, it involves whole school, it involves school leadership, governance, and environment. It cares about staff well-being and professional development and the engagement of people and engagement of parents and carers and families and wider community. And it involves like strong curriculum and teaching and learning. And maybe next time I see you, I have some sort of practical guide for you to actually engage in, and then you can use it. So, but please, if you are interested in any of the ideas that I put forth, just send me an email. We could always have more conversation about it. So in conclusion, so the COVID-19 pandemic was an opportunity to reflect on and reimagine the present and future of curriculum. Meanwhile, it reminded us to continuously strive to foster respect for diversity, solidarity, and a shared sense of humanity, basically the 3 pillars of GCED. So in this presentation, I illustrated that our era is no longer in a knowledge-based economy, but rather in a learning economy where know-who and ability to unlearn through critical reflexity becomes core assets. I suggest that learning by interacting, which leads to a conceptualization of global citizenship education, focusing on competence as the togetherness rather than this instrumental action where students are being tested. So therefore, I suggest a view of curriculum as relations, right? As such, global-local relations are conceptualized beyond the existing geographic spatial sense. The global-local relation I talked about here includes a social temporal situation, focusing on the network of people involved in communicating and reflecting together, just what we are doing now, translocal networks of people reflecting and communicating together. So curriculum as relations focuses on providing authentic, critical, translocal encounters, right? And especially this curriculum as relation particularly helps to better contextualize GCED for Indigenous and diaspora communities too, which I will maybe be, it's not focusing on this paper. So as mentioned before, citizenship of global citizenship stems from sense of responsibility driven by global solidarity. So I showed you basically the case of COVID-19 related movements, #Stop Asian Hate. That's why the storytelling becomes very important tool for teaching, especially digital storytelling. And I basically talked about in order to better engage GCED instead of individual approach, whole school approach, which talks about wider community schools, staff's well-being, and students' engagement. You need to think about all these different elements together. So finally, for me, like, often educational researchers or lecturers view the education field to be changed. We always talk about always innovative ways. So how can we change things? How can we, transform our learners or future citizens, right? But through curriculum as relations, my model actually focuses GCAD on learners as active actors. They're already contributing to this global memory spaces. The students do not need to change. Each student may already be engaging in translocal encounters on their own with these digital technologies or books and all this information they're getting. What we need is curriculum and pedagogy and teacher who focus on creating these articulated moments for them to share their stories and contribute and continue sharing and then providing this meaningful engagement with global communities. Thank you so much for letting me share my 2 cents with you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of questions now, or you could send me an email here. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot for excellent presentation, Dr. Ng Ami Kim. And ladies and gentlemen, here, let me see in the chat box. Yeah, actually there is an impression for Mr. Ton here. So he gives you an amazing impression here. Maybe Mr. Ton, you will say it directly to the Dr. Ng, or I should read it for you, please?
Yes,
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's enough. If you can read it for her.
Yeah, okay.
If you can read it for her, please do that.
All right. Yeah. The impression
that's actually not a question at all.
Yeah.
Dr. Yoon Ji Ami Kim, sorry if I misaddressed you. Okay, continue, moderator.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ton. Yeah, maybe it will be better if I read it for you, Dr. Ng, from Mr. Ton. Hello, Dr. Ng Ami Kim. Sorry if I misaddressed you. Just want to greet you and say that your presentation is amazing, even though your field of interest is not exactly the same as my discipline. The presentation is very clear. I am quite impressed with the way you communicate both verbal and non-verbally. Congratulations. May success be part of your coming year's career. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Mr. Ton's statement. Okay. The next, there is...
For the kind words, yeah.
You're welcome. That's a kind of appreciation.
Yeah. Okay. The next is, there is a question, comes from Irmawan Rahyadi. Hi, Dr. Kim. What do you think of argument which stated that teaching and learning in local or global only defined by the language? Okay, please, the time is yours to answer it, Doctor.
Marwan, if you turn on your microphone, can you actually elaborate what you mean by your questions? I just wanted to understand question better.
All right.
Hi, Dr. Kim.
Yeah, hi.
My question is actually referred to the language itself. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Right. So sometimes the argument stated that global teaching and learning is only defined by the language, which is if you are delivering it in English or in the international language based on UN, for example, that's global teaching and learning process. Whereas local, meaning that using the local language. So what do you think of that, Doctor?
Thank you very much for very critical questions. It is challenge. I'm going to start off that. It is a challenge. And the role of language, I cannot emphasize highly enough. So I actually wrote another paper. So first, we need to understand that there is a limiting factors that, like it or not, the world is operating in the language of English, hence why you and I are talking, and I have my home language, and so do you. That's why what I think and what I published in other paper is what we need is global broker, local broker. I'm going to actually type it here. So in order to connect global and local, we need a type of individual who understands a global setting, global language, which is understanding of English, as well as politics, global politics, as well as global education policy frameworks such as UNESCO or other parts of the policy framework, and then also bring what the local issue is stemming from local language, local education context, local education framework, and meet in this liminal space of brokering stage. So that's it. And I think teachers basically who are attending this webinar, who actually already has a leverage of learning the English and also communicating with international experts that's provided by the conference organizer here is basically I think I put it as a direct message. Basically, that's the solution. And I think your organization and then the fact that you're attending this, you are on your way to become a local broker. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, okay, global broker. I think I'm going to have to dig deeper on that particular concept. Never heard that before.
Yeah, it's relatively new. So basically, it's actually a term I coined. But if you, I'm going to cross-cultural. So a lot of, maybe it might be context of Indonesia as well, a lot of multicultural society, multi-religion society. We now have a terminology called cross-cultural broker who understands both their multiple faith region or faith, multiple culture, and then they can actually do the brokering phases to come up with better policies and pedagogies that meets all different spectrum of either it be language or religions or cultural settings. So if you're familiar, if you want to learn more about it, I highly suggest you start reading about cross-cultural brokering or local brokering. That's new terminology that's coming, I guess, innovation approach in education as well. Thank you for the critical questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you for the presentation and the answer. May I email you for further discussion?
Of course. Please go ahead.
All right, then. Thank you. Very good day ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for Dr. Ng Ami Kim. And the second question is, Dr. Ng Ami Kim, actually, what is the main purposes of we as a teacher or educator learn about the global citizenship education? So what is what is the main purpose of we as a teacher or educator in learning about the global citizenship education?
Mm-hmm. Indeed, great questions. Why should we care, right? Because why my students should care about the global citizenship education. Mentioned three reasons, right? First, economic imperative. We are now living in very globally competitive era where a lot of competency is now going to be based on students' global understanding. So maybe 30 years ago, it's about learning the language, right? Learning English will get you higher paying job or will get you stepping stone to go to another country. But that's no longer the case anymore because not everyone, but English is becoming bare minimum requirement globally now. So what global industry works is that, okay, she or he has language taken. So next level is what? Do they have cross-cultural understanding, intercultural understanding, right? And in order to build intercultural understanding, you might have heard of the term multiculturalism education, but now we are linking it to global citizenship education because a lot of issues that we are foreseeing now is no longer global, like I said, global. So a lot of scientific development has been made. Scientific industry will look for somebody who actually has global understanding of it, global implication of such development and technology. So first reason, to prepare your students to be more equipped to be hired in global competitive setting. right? And second is the moral imperative, right? So now we see lots of stuff happening in the world, the reason why I got to know about India's vaccine is because I generally cared about Indonesia, right? And the reason why I cared about what's happening in Egypt, for example, because I actually have this global consciousness, right? Do you want your students to just focus about what's happening in Indonesia, or do you want your students to have a better idea of what's happening in all around the world? So when they become adults, you prepare them to be actually engaged in global politics setting or global market setting, right? So it's second is build a sense of humanity, solidarity, just being genuinely nice human being. Let's just let's educate to be nice human beings. So in order to do that, you need to understand content knowledge, what's happening in the world, what's happening in the world in terms of COVID-19. Let's actually look at the news. But you also need to prepare heart, right? The engagement. So how do we engage them? Through actual relationship, right? Just talking to you I actually understand better about the Indonesians educators' perspective on global citizenship education, and I I want to learn more about it. So please don't be shy to reach me out. So this actually encounters, whether it be digital format or in person in global setting. Here I am in Australia, there you are in Indonesia. That actually gives people emotional engagement to continue learning more. So that's basically two reasons why I advocate for educators to focus on global citizenship education, economic and moral perspective. Thank you, and I hope I answered your question.
All right, thanks a lot, Dr. Angie, for answering all of the questions. And ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to her for very great presentation. Maybe you can write clap, clap in the column
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. It was very lovely. And
and unfortunately, our time runs out in the plenary session 3. So thank you for Dr. Angie, who already shared our new knowledge, already shared your experience to us, and hopefully we can get benefit and can extend our knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Angie. And also, I would like to say thank you to all the audiences that already shared the questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move to the next session, is the plenary session 4. So the sequence of this session is same with the previous session. The first is presentation from the speaker, around 45 minutes, and the second is question and answer session, around 15 minutes. So in this session, we also has an interesting speaker. His name is Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD. He was born in Blora, 22nd April 1968. He graduated from IKIP Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta in 1993 and got his MPD degree Universitas Negeri Malang in 2010. He ever became Department Secretary in Indonesia Language Education Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, Head of Center Information, Public Relation and Protocol of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, Head of Indonesia Language Education Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, and now he is a Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta. Dr. Andes Eko Suroso also has a lot of research, such as about argumentative speaking ability in the students' oral examination, study of grammatical sentences for student seminar papers, analysis of language error in seminar papers, brand image advertising language on 3 television stations in Indonesia, correlation between thinking ability and argumentative speaking ability in students' oral examination, and so on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now please welcome Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, MPD, who will present about Prophet education. For Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I am presentasi I share screen ya. Sorry. Okay. I am presenting prophetic education. Concept, prophetic education concept. Prophetic education is education that is based on the characteristic of the prophet. Every religion on this earth has a prophet. Therefore, the use of the term prophetic on this occasion, inshallah, inshallah can apply to all religions. Some nature of the prophet. 1. Humble. 2. Patient or not easily angry. 3. Easy to forgive. 4. Thinker and helper of many people. 5. Wise. 6. Honest. Humble attitude, not easily angry and easy to forgive. When the Prophet Muhammad SAW was pelted with camel dung by someone who did not like him, the Prophet Muhammad was not angry, but instead responded with kindness, bringing fruit when the person throwing to dung was sick. Attitude likes to help people. One time, the Prophet Muhammad found a slave crying because he had lost his master's shopping money. By the Prophet Muhammad, the lost money was replaced. On the same occasion, someone else told him that the slave had lied to the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet Muhammad replied that the slave had not lied to him, but had lied to himself. Wisdom attitude. One time, the Prophet Muhammad asked Abu Bakar and Umar bin Khattab about the night prayer. Abu Bakar answered that he did it before going to bed for fear of not being able to wake up at night. Umar answered that he always did it in the last third of the night, according to the provision of the Prophet. The Prophet Muhammad said, Abu Bakar, inshallah you will be rewarded for your caution, and you are Umar, inshallah you will be rewarded for your strength. Honest attitudes. Ali bin Abu Talib cancelled beheading the enemy because we had sped on. After being questioned by the Prophet, Ali said that the beheading after being sped on was not for Allah, but because referring had been sped on, so Ali did not do it. its implementation in education. If your hearts are dirty, don't punish students. Implementation in education. Cultivate an attitude of not getting angry easily when you see other people doing things that are not good, but we still remind them with love. 2. Bad things given to us don't have to be repaid with bad things both, but kindness and forgiveness. Implementation in education. In 3, we need to instill a helpful attitude in ourselves and our students, even though we are being late too. Implement 4, get used to having an open attitude in accepting the opinion and attitude of others and not being quick to blame if there are people who have different opinion with us. Implemented in education. 5, cultivate a wise attitude by providing many benefits to others. 6, cultivate an honest attitude starting from ourselves, even though it is only ourselves who know, as exemplified by Ali bin Abi Talib. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you for the great presentation for Dr. Andes Eko Suroso. I think it is a unique topic because I just know about the private education itself. So Dr. Andes Eko Suroso, before maybe I read the questions in the chat box, I will ask you a questions. So in your PowerPoint, you say that we as a teacher should not punish our student. So what do you think if we sometimes as a teacher give the punishment to the students when they are not disciplined? So what do you think of it, Dr. Andes Eko Suroso? You can use Indonesia when you answer my questions, please.
Baik, ini saya terpaksa harus jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia. Ada sebuah pertanyaan, kalau seorang guru memberi hukuman kepada anak didik, itu bagaimana? Pertama, hukuman boleh, tetapi harus mendidik. Kemudian kedua, kalau kita menerapkan prinsip profetik, dalam menghukum jangan sampai ada dalam hati kita itu marah, apalagi benci kepada orang yang kita hukum karena kenakalannya. Hati ini penting ditata. Karena kalau kita menghukum dengan hati yang marah, hati yang jengkel istilahnya, itu hukumannya jadi tidak profetik lagi. Jadi kalau hati kita sedang benci pada si anak yang melakukan kesalahan, hati kita sedang marah pada anak yang melakukan kesalahan, kita lebih baik diam, jangan menghukum. Tapi kalau kita sudah sayang pada anak yang melakukan kesalahan, baru kita ingatkan dan kita beri sanksi. Istilahnya sanksi bukan hukuman. Terima kasih.
Oke, thank you.
Diterjemahkan.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Andes Eko Suroso. So, ladies and gentlemen, is there any questions from Dr. Andes Eko Suroso? You can write your questions in the chat box, or you can directly ask by turning on your microphone and camera, please. Oke, saya ingin bertanya lagi, Sir, tentang hukuman pada anak itu berarti lebih baik ketika ada guru memberi hukuman, semisal dia berangkatnya tidak disiplin. Semisal pukul 7 pagi tapi berangkatnya jam 8, telat seperti itu. Nah, gurunya itu memberi hukuman seperti, ya karena kamu telat jadi silahkan kamu rangkum ini 2 lembar lalu kumpulkan ke saya. Menurut Pak Eko itu masih bisa diterima, masih masuk ke dalam private education atau tidak?
Pertama, keterlambatan anak itu berapa kali? Kalau anak baru terlambat 1 kali, kita peringatkan, besok jangan terlambat lagi. Atau ditanya dulu, mengapa terlambat? Jangan-jangan anak ini terlambat karena sebelum berangkat, anak ini harus ngurusi ibunya yang lagi sakit. Harus ditanya dulu mengapa terlambat. Kemudian, setelah ditanya, kalau memang benar harus ngurusi ibunya sakit, dan ibunya itu mau makan kalau sudah jam 7, otomatis selamanya akan terlambat. Maka ini harus kita maklumkan, boleh terlambat, tidak perlu kita hukum, karena dia punya sikap baik pada ibunya. Tetapi kalau terlambat karena bangun kesiangan, dan seandainya dia mungkin bangun kesiangan, tetapi membohongi kita, alasan ibunya sakit, itu pun kita terima selama kita belum bisa membuktikan, kita percaya saja. Nah, sekarang setelah ditanya mengapa terlambat, kemudian diperingatkan besok jangan terlambat lagi sampai 2 kali, 3 kali. Nah, nanti ke-4 kali kita beritahu, besok kalau terlambat lagi sampai 4 kali, kamu terpaksa saya beri sanksi. Sanksinya nanti menulis apa kamu tidak boleh ikut pelajaran, nggak masalah. Gitu. Jadi bukan masalah hukumannya apa, tetapi bagaimana kita menerapkan hukuman itu kepada anak didik kita. Itu yang profetik di situ.
Alright, thank you Dr. Andes Eko Suroso for the explanation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the plenary session 4 now. Thank you for Dr. Andes Eko Suroso that already shared your explanation, a great explanation for us, and then a new knowledge for us. And thank you for the participants to give your active participation during the plenary session 3 and 4. Hopefully the plenary session 3 and 4 are useful for us. Okay, now I will give the event back to the MC, please. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to break session, and after this we will have a breakout room. So don't forget to rename your Zoom name into code room strip full name. And we will meet again here at 1 p.m. Untuk presenter dan juga peserta jangan lupa untuk diganti terlebih dahulu nama Zoom-nya, kode room strip, nama lengkap. Nanti setelah ini kita akan pisahkan ke breakout room dan kita akan memulai parallel session pukul 1 siang ini. Pukul 1 siang tepat. Harap untuk Zoom-nya jangan dimatikan karena nanti akan kita bagi ke breakout room. Jangan lupa untuk di-accept terlebih dahulu permintaan untuk join breakout room-nya. Setelah itu kembali ke main room. Ya, nanti setelah selesai parallel session jangan lupa untuk kembali ke main room. Nanti di breakout room ada arahan dari moderator dan juga co-host. Jadi jangan lupa untuk diganti terlebih dahulu nama Zoom-nya. Setelah itu kami arahkan ke breakout room. Untuk parallel session akan dimulai pukul 1 siang ini. Terima kasih.
Harusnya pakai effort gitu. Gak apa-apa sih. Tadi juga kamu iya soalnya. Terus dimatiin nih, coba kameranya kasih banget. Karena aku mati kita. Nanti katanya. Kan udah kalau pakai efek tadi ya merem kapan dong ngantuk apa menit bisa gitu tuh nggak terlalu di mas di potoknya lah Jadi tadi di tengah tuh ya. Jadi apa ya? Berarti ini sampai jam berapa? Masih udah dapat. Iya, dan padahal kan nyesel manggil Bang Aco dapat duit ya kan. Semangat banget. Foto lah sampak sayu ya ketiga soal lagi sibuk emang kawit mau tadi lu sibuk manganya lah paksa take a picture together sekarang bertiga lah besok aku mau pulang.
Belum masuk ya pada moderatornya ya Mas ya.
Ada. Mohon maaf atas nama Fradina Dina Naseha, Fradina Kristiani, Alfred, Cynthia, Dwi Amanah, Vira Nur, Lucy Anggraini, Nelia Dwi Kurnia, Resmita Nadova, Romel, Yusa Kamila, sama Yusnida Sihombing. Harap diganti Zoom name-nya ke kode room-nya, terus nama lengkap. Biar kami kelompokkan lagi ke breakout room. Untuk peserta yang mendapatkan notif join di breakout room di bagian bawah, harap untuk di-accept permintaan breakout room-nya. Dan saya ingatkan kembali untuk yang belum diganti nama Zoom-nya, silakan untuk diganti menjadi kode room-nya, kemudian nama lengkap. Agar memudahkan kami untuk dibagi ke breakout room. Terima kasih.
Are you here?
Yes.
Yes. And Miss Aldila Wandanugraha, are you here? Miss Aldila? Miss Aldila? Are you here? No. Miss Hana Maharani Fatimah?
Yes, Miss Fahimah, Miss not Fatimah. Sorry.
Oh ya, Fahim.
Astaga. Oh.
Halo, Bapak.
Halo, panitia. Halo. Panitia, maaf. Halo. Iya.
Iya, gimana?
Saya terpental dari room 1.
Oh,
Minta
room
tolong.
1, nggih.
Nggih, minta
Atas
tolong
nama
dimasukkan lagi.
atas nama Kani.
Konita.
Oh, nggih, siap.
Konita, sorry ini
Nggih,
belum.
nggih, Bu. Terima kasih.
Nggih, matur nuwun. Maaf, apakah saya bisa di-assign lagi? Saya terlempar lagi. Halo? Halo? Karena 6 ini enggak jelas. Halo? Apa di submu coba, di submu weh. Coba, ini kamu makanya gambarnya terakhir. Bukan mati mana, bukan mati.
Iya, mau mulai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say welcome back to the main room of International Seminar on Teacher Training and Education, Isted 2021. Before I close this seminar, let's hear the closing speech from a chairperson of this event, Mr. Malim Muhammad MSC. Please welcome Mr. Malim Muhammad MSC. The time is yours.
Check. Is that clear, my voice, Miss Nistrina?
Yes.
Clear enough from here. No worry.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Malim Muhammad. I'm the chairperson of the Isted 2021. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for all of you to participate for this conference, and also we will say thank you very much to the faculty, to the dean, the vice dean, and the rector for the support and facilitate us until finish this conference today. And we will say that don't forget to follow tomorrow about the workshop, and we will begin at 8 a.m. And for this opportunity, we hope all of the agenda is will be ready for you, and we hope that all of the participants will be join again to our conference. Thank you very much, and we will close for today to this conference by say hamdalah together. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much. For me, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mali Muhammad MSC, for the closing speech. After this, we will have a photo session for all the participants and presenters. Please open your camera first, and we will do the print screen from here. Please. Okay, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, please open your camera, all of you.
Ready.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, thank you so much for all the participants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of agenda today. So I would like to say thank you so much for all the keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and also committee for your participation. I hope this seminar give a better or a new insight about pedagogical innovations in education. So, okay, let us meet again in the next international seminar on teacher training and education. Isted, thank you, and let me close this international seminar by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. See you tomorrow. See you
Okay,
tomorrow.
thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a nice day.
Mrs. Kate.
Terima kasih.
Iya,
Iya, terima kasih, Mr.
Terima
Tono.
kasih sama